Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. 4 days in Cedar Hollow. The landslide came at dawn, a wet thunder that severed Cedar Hollow from the county road and took the power lines with it. Anna Collier heard it from her bedroom window. The groaning earth, the crack of pine, and knew before the lights flickered that the world had contracted to the size of the valley. By afternoon, the library had become what it always became in crisis, a gathering place. She lit oil lamps in the reading room and set the camp stove on the reference desk, boiling water for instant coffee that tasted like memory and ash. The regulars came first. Mrs. Havering with her knitting, Tom Wilson with his portable radio, then the stranded travellers, then the curious, and then him. He appeared in the doorway near closing, rain streaming from his jacket, a duffel bag hanging from one shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said, and the apology seemed to encompass more than his wet boots on her floor. "I was told someone here might have a room." Anna looked at him properly then. 40 perhaps, lean in the way of men who work with their hands. Dark hair, silvered at the temples, eyes the colour of creek stones. "You're the engineer," she said, "from the county." "James Hale." He extended a hand, then withdrew it, seeing the rain dripping from his sleeve. "I was inspecting the culvert when the slide hit. My truck's on the other side." She should have felt imposed upon. The library had a small apartment upstairs, her refuge when her marriage felt too quiet. But it was hers, private, separate from the persona she maintained among the stacks. Instead, she felt something else, a quickening. "I have space," she said, "but you'll have to tolerate books." His smile was brief, transformative. "I think I can manage." That first night they were strangers observing proprieties. She showed him the narrow room, the shared bathroom, the kitchenette with its 2-burner stove. He thanked her with the careful courtesy of someone aware, of imposing. They ate soup heated over the camp stove, speaking of practical things, the roads, the weather, the likelihood of power restoration. But beneath the mundane exchange, Anna felt herself observed. Not in the way her husband observed her, cataloguing tasks, noting efficiencies, but with genuine curiosity. James asked about the library's collection, its history, her work. He listened to her answers as though they mattered. When she asked about his own life, he deflected gently. "Infrastructure," he said with a self-deprecating shrug. "Bridges, drainage, things people only notice when they fail." "But you notice them always," she said. He met her eyes then, and something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, of kindred loneliness. "Yes," he said quietly. "I suppose I do." Later, alone in her room, Anna lay awake listening to the drum of rain on tin. She thought of her husband, David, in their house across town. He would be fine without her. He was always fine. There, marriage had become a series of parallel routines, affectionate but separate, like neighbouring gardens that never quite touched. She thought of the stranger sleeping one wall away, and felt a dangerous heat bloom in her chest. The second day brought sleet and necessity. Without power, the library's heating system was useless. James suggested combining their efforts, closing off the upper rooms, concentrating warmth in the reading room below. They worked together in companionable silence, hanging blankets over doorways, arranging chairs near the wood stove someone had donated decades ago. "Tell me about the books," he said, running his hand along a shelf of leather spines. "What do you love most?" Anna considered this. "The ones where people say true things," she said finally, "even when the truth is difficult." He pulled down a volume, Gaskell, she noted, and opened it at random. "I wanted to see the place where Margaret grew to what she is, even at the worst time of all when I had no hope of ever calling her mine." He looked at her, like this. "Yes." Her voice came out softer than intended, like that. They fell into a rhythm over the following hours. She catalogued water damage while he repaired what he could, tightening hinges, resealing a window frame, fixing the temperamental lock on the front door. Between tasks they talked, not the polite conversation of strangers, but the careful excavation of deeper truths. He told her about his marriage. Sarah's brilliant, he said, admiring and sad. We built a good life, but somewhere along the way we forgot to build it together. Now we're just efficient. Anna understood. David and I are kind to each other, she offered. But kindness isn't the same as seeing. I could disappear and he'd mourn the disruption more than the loss. I doubt that's true. Don't you? She met his gaze. When's the last time your wife asked what you were thinking rather than what you were doing? His silence was answer. Enough. That evening they prepared dinner together, pasta and canned sauce luxurious in the candlelit dimness. Anna found a dusty bottle of wine in the library's storage closet, left over from some long-ago fundraiser, and they drank from mismatched mugs, talking about first loves and lost dreams and the slow accretion of compromise that defined middle age. I used to write, Anna confessed. Stories, poetry, nothing published, but it mattered to me. Why did you stop? Life, marriage. The library needed me more than my notebooks did. She paused. That's not quite true. I stopped because no one asked to read them. After a while, silence becomes its own answer. James set down his mug. I'd like to read them, if you'd let me. The offer was simple, but it pierced something in her chest. When had anyone last wanted to know her that way? Not as wife, librarian, reliable presence, but as herself. They're in storage, she said, not quite ready for that vulnerability. But thank you for asking. Later, washing dishes side by side, their hands collided in the soapy water. They both froze. Anna felt the heat of his palm against hers, the calluses earned through labour, the gentleness of his grip. Neither moved to break the contact. Anna, he said quietly. A warning or an invitation? She couldn't tell. She stepped back, heart hammering. I should check the stove, she managed, fleeing to the reading room where the fire burned too hot and her face burned hotter still. News came on the third morning via Tom Wilson's radio. Power crews had reached the valley's edge. Roads would open within 48 hours, perhaps sooner. Anna should have felt relieved. Instead, she felt the walls closing in. James stood at the window watching sleet become rain. I should be glad, he said. I have work waiting. Sarah's probably worried. Have you called her? No signal, and... He turned to face her. I'm not sure what I'd say. The confession hung between them, dangerous and electric. Anna knew she should deflect, return to safe territory, preserve the careful distance they'd maintained. Instead, she asked, what would you want to say? That I've been happier these 3 days than I've been in years. That talking with you feels like remembering who I used to be. That I keep imagining... He stopped himself. I'm sorry. That's unfair to you. Imagining what? Staying. The word fell like a stone. Not going back. Building something different. With you. Anna's breath caught. The fantasy he'd articulated was her own, rendered sudden and real, and terrifying. You don't mean that, she said, backing away. We're just... What? Lonely? Bored? Taken advantage of proximity? His voice was gentle but unyielding. I know what I feel, Anna. I've felt it since you handed me that first cup of terrible coffee. Stop. The word came out sharp. You can't say these things. We're married. We have lives. Lives we've been performing rather than living. That doesn't give us the right. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about truth. She turned away, gripping the back of a chair. The truth is that feeling something doesn't make it permissible. Marriages are built on more than attraction. I'm not talking about attraction. He moved closer but didn't touch her. I'm talking about recognition. about finding someone who sees you clearly and doesn't look away. The ache in his voice nearly undid her, because he was right. In 3 days, James Hale had seen her more completely than David had in 15 years, but that recognition came with a price she wasn't sure she could pay. "I need you to leave me alone," she whispered. "Please." To his credit, he did. He retreated to the upstairs room, and she heard the floor creak as he paced. She sank into a chair, trembling. What frightened her most wasn't his confession. It was how desperately she wanted to say yes. They avoided each other for the rest of the day. Anna threw herself into unnecessary tasks, reorganizing the fiction section, scrubbing floors that didn't need scrubbing. James stayed upstairs, and she heard the sound of hammering as he repaired things that had gone unbroken. By evening, the silence had grown unbearable. She climbed the stairs and found him in the small study, replacing a cracked window pane. "You don't have to do that," she said. "I know." He didn't look at her. "But I need to be useful. It's what I know." "James, I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have put that on you." "You didn't say anything I haven't thought." That made him look up. The longing in his eyes was naked, undefended. "Then what are we doing, Anna? Why are we pretending this isn't real?" "Because real doesn't mean right." But even as she said it, she moved closer. "Because we've made promises to people who stopped choosing us years ago. That doesn't absolve us." "No," he agreed, "it doesn't. But it doesn't make this less true either." They stood a foot apart, the air between them charged. Anna knew she should leave, should retreat to safety, to the familiar contours of denial. Instead, she stayed. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. "Nothing you're not willing to give." "But Anna," his voice roughened, "if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you." Her heart hammered. "I know." Neither moved. The moment stretched, taut as wire. Then the window pane he'd been holding slipped from his fingers and shattered. They both jumped back, the spell broken. James cursed. Anna laughed, a shaky, half-hysterical sound, and suddenly the tension transformed into something else. Not safety, but reprieve. "I should clean this up," he said. "I'll get the broom." But as she turned to leave, his hand caught her wrist, gentle, questioning. "Tomorrow," he said, "when the road's open, I'll leave. But tonight, can we just be honest? No pretending, no performing, just us." She should have said no, should have protected them both from the precipice they were approaching. Instead, she nodded. "Just tonight," she whispered. It was a promise and a lie, and they both knew it. The fourth night arrived with a silence that felt sacramental. Rain had stopped. The world outside held its breath. They sat in the reading room, candles burning low, speaking the truths they'd been circling. He told her about the morning he'd woken next to Sarah, and realised he felt nothing. Not anger or resentment, just absence. She described the evening David had cancelled their anniversary dinner for a departmental meeting, and she'd felt relief rather than hurt. "When did we become people who settle?" Anna asked. "When it seemed easier than fighting for something more." "Is that what this is? Fighting?" James was quiet for a long moment. "No," he said finally. "This is remembering what fighting for looks like." She rose and moved to the window, watching moonlight silver the wet street. He followed, standing close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Of what?" "That tomorrow you'll leave and this will have been a beautiful lie. That I'll have risked everything for a moment. And if it's more than a moment?" She turned to face him. "How can it be? We live different lives. We have commitments. Even if we wanted." "I want." The words were raw. "Anna, I want so much it terrifies me. But I won't lie to you about what's possible. I can't offer you a future. I can barely offer you tonight." "Then why?" "Because some truths matter even when they're temporary. because I'd rather have one honest night with you than a lifetime of pleasant pretending. Her eyes burned. That's not fair. No, he agreed, but it's true. They stood in the candlelight, the weight of impossible choices pressing down. Anna thought of David, of the life they'd built. Comfortable, predictable, kind. She thought of the woman she'd become in that life. Competent, contained, fundamentally unseen, and then she stopped thinking. She reached up and touched James's face. His breath caught. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Anna, don't. Her thumb traced his cheekbone. Don't ask me if I'm sure. Don't give me reasons to stop. Just... He kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. Gentle at first, almost tentative, as though they were both afraid of shattering something precious. Then deeper, hungry, years of loneliness finding voice in the press of lips and the tangle of breath. When they broke apart, both were trembling. "We can't," she whispered against his mouth. "I know. I know." But neither pulled away. Instead, Anna took his hand and led him upstairs to the small room where, in the candlelight, they undressed each other slowly, not with the practiced efficiency of long marriage, but with reverence and discovery. Each button, each whisper of fabric felt ceremonial. James's hands trembled as he traced the curve of her shoulder. "You're beautiful. I'm 43 and ordinary. You're neither." He kissed the hollow of her neck. "You're extraordinary. You always have been." Anna had forgotten what it felt like to be seen this way, not as function or convenience, but as desire itself. When James lowered her to the bed, his body covering hers, she felt a decade of numbness crack open. Their lovemaking was slow and deliberate. He learned her by touch, the places that made her gasp, the rhythm that made her arch into him. She discovered him in turn, the scar on his ribs, the catch in his breath when she kissed his collarbone, the way he whispered her name like a prayer. There was no pretense between them. When she asked him to slow down, he did. When he asked if something felt good, she answered honestly. They negotiated pleasure with the same care they'd negotiated conversation. Each moment a choice, each touch a question answered with trust. "Look at me," he said when she closed her eyes. "Anna, look at me." She did, and saw herself reflected in his gaze, wanted, known, real. When release came, it came for both of them together, a cresting wave that left them gasping and intertwined. Anna's face pressed to James's shoulder, his hand cradling her head. Afterward they lay in the twisted sheets, limbs entangled, hearts slowing. "I love you," he said into the darkness. "I know I have no right. I know it changes nothing. But I love you." Anna felt tears slide down her temples. "I love you too. God help me, I do." They held each other through the night, knowing morning would bring separation but unable to imagine being anywhere else. She'd slept alone so many nights and closed the door behind them. The power returned at dawn with an industrial hum that felt obscene. Anna woke to find James already dressed, his duffel packed, standing at the window. "Roads are open," he said without turning. "I checked the radio." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her. "So that's it. What else can it be?" But his voice cracked on the question. She rose and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. For a moment he leaned into her touch. Then carefully he disentangled himself. "If I don't leave now," he said, "I won't leave at all. And we both know what that costs." Anna wanted to argue, wanted to say that love mattered more than vows made in youth to people they'd outgrown. But she thought of David, kind, dependable David, and knew she couldn't unmake 15 years on the strength of 4 days. "What happens now?" she asked. "We go back to our lives. We try to be better than we were. And this? Us? James turned to face her, cupping her cheek in his palm. This was real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not your husband, not your conscience, not the years that'll try to convince you it was just a storm-drunk fantasy. It was real, and it mattered. Will I see you again? I don't know. Maybe that's not the question. Then what is? Whether what we found here changes how we live there. Kissed her once more, long, aching, final, and then he was gone. Anna returned home that afternoon to find David making soup. He hugged her, asked if she was all right, told her he'd been worried. She answered carefully, honestly where she could. That night, lying beside her husband, she thought about James's question. Could 4 days change a lifetime? She didn't know yet. But the next morning, when David mentioned a faculty lecture he wanted to attend, Anna said, "I'd like to come with you." He looked surprised. "Really? I thought you found them boring." "I do, but I'd like to understand what matters to you." It was a small beginning. Perhaps it would lead nowhere. Perhaps the gap between them was too wide to bridge. But for the first time in years, she wanted to try. 3 weeks later, a package arrived at the library. Inside was a book, a vintage edition of North and South, its spine carefully repaired. In the margin of chapter 19, penciled in a hand she recognised, were 7 words. Some lights are meant to be remembered. Anna pressed the book to her chest and let herself cry. Not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd briefly held, and for the truth that James had given her, that she was capable of being seen, of being loved, of being more than the comfortable role she had accepted. She would carry that truth forward, not as license for abandonment, but as a standard by which to measure her life. And in the quiet of the library, surrounded by stories of people who'd said true things even when truth was difficult, Anna Collier began to write again. The end. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Ramon's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Ramon says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other. Not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Raman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe." She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline, a way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realises now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimised. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment. But then you realised that we didn't need perfect. We needed real. I said yes immediately. I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Rahman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Rahman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letter's in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you. Never from you. Just running. Into something I can't see yet. Something that might be waiting. If only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Raman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe. Probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together, the mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, "Do you remember the night before our wedding?" She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. "I almost called you," he says. "Around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure." "Why didn't you?" "Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't." The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. "And now?" she asks. "Now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense. That you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me." She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. "I don't think I made a mistake," she says slowly. "I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did." He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible. No, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know, how to say. "Can I tell you something?" Michael says into the dark. "Yes." "When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was brilliant, terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world and she knew it." He pauses. She doesn't speak. "And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me," she says quietly. "And then I met you, and you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push, you didn't demand, you just accepted. Me, us, this." He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. "I thought that was love," he says, "the absence of fear, the presence of peace. What do you think it is now?" "I don't know any more, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was." The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. "Why are you telling me this?" she whispers. "Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know, and because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are." She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. I've been writing letters, she says finally. Letters I don't send. To you. What do they say? Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud. Will you show me? I don't know. Maybe. Eventually. His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. I want to read them, he says, even if they hurt, especially if they hurt. She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, what if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key? Okay, she says, but not yet. I'm not ready yet. When you are. They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. Fine, she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk, he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things, not real things, not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding. Try, he says. Just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint? They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. I want, she says slowly, testing each word, to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just, she struggles for the word, interchangeable. The light flickers. In the darkness she can barely see his face. You've never felt that? He asks. With me? I've felt cherished, protected, valued. She takes a breath. But not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness. It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defence. Instead, he says, yes, I think that's fair. The light comes back on. They look at each other. I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing, he says. I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable, and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you. I don't know either, she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed. Devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference. She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man. This careful man. and feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. "Michael," she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. "How many are there?" She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. "All like this?" "Some, not all. Some are kinda." He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. "Kinda? Jesus." He puts his head in his hands. "I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were." She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. "I wasn't planning anything," she says. "I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured." He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it?" She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back. But it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6, staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, her phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy. Maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that?" She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. I do love you, she whispers. Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years, she can't answer. I need to ask you something, he says, and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else? No. God, no. There's never been anyone else. I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me, or are you writing to someone you wish I was? The question lands like a blade. I don't know, she says. The line is quiet for a long time. I'll be at David's for a while, he says finally. A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need... His voice cracks. I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had. Michael, I loved you, he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present. Anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed. Her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, I love you. And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 a.m, she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow, where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing. I don't know if love is enough, and I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry. For the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the street lights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. The kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. Hi, she says. Hi. They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. "I read your last letter," he says. "The one you left on the pillow." She nods. "You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think..." He starts again. "I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name." She feels something crack open in her chest. "Michael, Wait, let me finish." He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. "I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore." "What feeling?" "Relief." She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. "Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts." "Are you saying you want to stay married?" Her voice is barely audible. "I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something." "Risk what?" He squeezes her hand. "Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it." They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. "Do you know what I'm afraid of?" she asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. "Tell me." "I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realise you made a mistake." "And do you know what I'm afraid of?" He leans forward. "I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with." They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. "What if," she says slowly, "we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest? How? I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want, not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want." Michael nods slowly. "Okay, you first." She takes a breath. "I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. I want..." She's crying now, can't help it. "I want to feel essential." He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. "Okay," he says. "Okay, my turn." She waits. "I want to let go," he says quietly. "I want to stop being so controlled. I want to... God, I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am." She pulls back, looks at him. "Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly, I want, his voice breaks. I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how. Something shifts in the air between them. A door opening, a possibility emerging. Show me, she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses, not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. Upstairs, she says, her voice hoarse. No. His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. Here, now, I'm done waiting. The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. Wait, he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. I said I wanted to take. Let me. The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters. Everything she was afraid to ask for. Yes, she whispers. Yes. He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. I need to see you, he says. All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding. She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. I'm hungry, she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name, and I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken. You're not broken. He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you. His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. Are you? She manages to ask. Are you alive with me? Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. Michael, she gasps, please. Please what? He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. Tell me what you want. You. I want you. Not the careful version. I want... She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary. Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. You are necessary, he says, his voice rough. You're so necessary I can't breathe without you. She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. "Is that enough?" he asks. "Is that what you need?" "Yes," she gasps. "Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle." "Good." He pulls her against him. "Because I don't think I can be gentle right now." He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. "Too much," he murmurs against her skin. "Not enough," she breathes. "More." He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. "God," he says, 7 years. 7 years, and I never let myself just look at you like this." "Look at me now," she says. "See me now." He does. His gaze travels the length of her body, and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him. Arms, heart, everything. An invitation. A claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. "Tell me," he says. "Tell me what you need." "Touch me," she whispers. "Touch me like you own me." "I do own you." His fingers move higher. "Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it." His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. "You're so responsive," he murmurs, watching her face. "So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make." When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. "Michael," she gasps, "I can't." "Yes, you can." He doesn't stop. "Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me." And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. "Come here," she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. "Look at me," he says as they join. "I want to see your eyes." She meets his gaze, and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. "Is this what you wanted?" he asks, his voice rough. "Is this how you needed it?" "Yes," she cries out. "Yes, don't stop. Never." He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. "I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it." I'm yours, she gasps against his lips. I'm yours. The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. I'm close, she gasps. Michael, Wait for me. His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. Surrender with me. She holds back barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. That was, he starts. I know. I know. He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. I love you. God, I love you so much. I love you too. She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could. Neither did I. He kisses her softly. But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you. She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. Upstairs, she murmurs against his mouth. Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for. He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. I can't get enough of you, he says. Good, she replies. Don't. They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. Do you want to read them first? She asks. There are a few you haven't seen. He considers, then shakes his head. No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work. So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter, feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. Are you sad? He asks. A little, but mostly relieved. Me too. They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. I have something for you, she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. What is this? A letter, the last one I think, or the first new one, I'm not sure which. Should I read it now? If you want. He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. I choose you, he reads aloud. Not because you're safe, Not because you're stable. Not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me. Because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers. Because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back. He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. Is that true? He asks. Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other. We write more letters. We tell the truth. We ask for what we want. He nods slowly. And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you? No. He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. I'm right where I want to be. They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation. Neither of them has time for that. But a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. It's beautiful, she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. Come inside, he calls. It's freezing out there. But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, she lies in his arms and asks, do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters, if you hadn't found them? I don't know, he says honestly. Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued, been fine, been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things, at making do. He pauses. But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace. She turns to look at him. When did you get so wise? When I got so scared I had no choice. They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. What are you thinking? He asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. That I'm happy, she says, and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it. Keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary. It might be, he says. Not the love. I don't think that's temporary, but the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last. So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness. And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again. She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. I choose you, she says. I want you to know that. I choose you. I know, he says. I can feel it. They drive home through snow that's still falling. The road's slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, there's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table. From him. When did you write this? She asks, holding the envelope. Last night, after you fell asleep. She opens it. Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. the one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield, if you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end. Whiteout Haven. Carleen Temple never expected her career would bring her to this. Sitting behind the wheel of her rust-dusted SUV, she peered out at the winding mountain road ahead. A swirl of wind carried flurries of snow across her windshield, creating a hypnotic dance of white that threatened to lead her astray. As she gripped the steering wheel, she thought about how just a week earlier she'd been elbow-deep in the chaos of a city protest, capturing raw images of everyday people fighting an oppressive local ordinance. Now she was assigned to something that felt trivial in comparison, photographing the final days of Blackwood Outpost, a remote ranger station scheduled for permanent closure. Her editor had called it a soft story, but to Carleen it felt like a forced vacation. Carleen was known for capturing images of war zones, natural disasters, and crisis situations. Photographs that reveal the starkness of human endurance. The city magazine that employed her, Photoscope, insisted she needed a break from the front lines. But as Carleen navigated the precarious hairpin turned up the mountain, she couldn't help but feel cheated of the adrenaline rush she thrived on. The swirling wind seemed to mock her, as if the world itself was scolding her for her restlessness. Blackwood Outpost came into view after an arduous drive. The station wasn't much to look at from the outside, just a squat wooden cabin-like structure set against a towering pine forest. A tattered flag hung from a crooked pole, half buried in snowdrifts. The ground was thick with fresh powder that shimmered under the afternoon sun. There was an unnerving quiet here, the kind of hush that only deep wilderness could conjure. Carleen stepped out of her SUV, feet crunching in the snow, and surveyed the area with a detached eye. She was here for pictures, after all. She hauled her camera bag and a small duffel into the outpost's main office, brushing off snow from her parka as she stepped inside. The warmth and sudden darkness of the cabin interior made her eyes blink rapidly in adjustment. An old wood-burning stove in one corner crackled softly, and the worn wooden floors groaned under her boots. The air smelled of cedar logs and coffee grounds. She expected a friendly welcome, maybe some forced conversation, Instead, she was greeted by a tall, broad-shouldered figure with a face as stoic as a stone statue. Andrew Latham regarded her with a guarded expression, arms folded over his chest. He looked to be in his early 40s, though the lines on his face hinted at a deeper world weariness. His ranger uniform was slightly rumpled, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle, a testament to someone who'd spent more time climbing rocky inclines than pushing pencils. "I'm Andrew," he said, voice gruff but measured. "You must be Carleen Temple, the photographer." There was no handshake, no grin. Carleen nodded. "Carleen. That's me. I'm here to, capture the station's last days, apparently." Andrew's eyes flitted across the camera case and the duffel bag. "So I've been told. You'll want to take a quick look around before it gets dark. This place doesn't have much in the way of artificial light once the sun goes down." The tension was immediate, almost tangible. Carleen could tell he was reluctant to play the role of a helpful guide. She pressed her lips together, the dryness of the heated air chapping them more than she cared to admit. She could sense her own impatience flaring. She set aside her bag and began taking in the small details that often escape the casual observer. The station walls were lined with wildlife identification charts, old black and white photos of the outpost's earlier days, and a logbook that looked ancient enough to be a museum piece. Andrew hovered nearby, arms still folded. She tried to break the silence. "So, how long have you been up here on your own?" His gaze flickered to one of the older photographs on the wall, a group shot of park rangers from decades ago, all smiling confidently. "Few years, give or take." "That's quite a stint," Carleen remarked, trying for something like conversation. "You must really love the quiet." He let out a non-committal sound. "It has its advantages." The day dragged on. Carleen snapped a few preliminary shots. The outpost's exterior, the frozen trees, the battered sign that read Blackwood Outpost Est 19-12. The biting cold stung her cheeks, but she pushed on, determined to make the best of this assignment. She told herself she might even find a hidden gem of a story here. She just needed to be open to it. By late afternoon, her hands were shaking from the cold, and she found Andrew in the station office flipping through a pile of outdated inspection forms. She asked a few questions about the station's history, but received only clipped answers. He was neither hostile nor welcoming, just distant. With the sun dipping behind the mountains, Carleen decided she would head back down, find lodging at a nearby town and return tomorrow. She was, after all, just passing through. Collect some atmospheric shots, do a short piece on the closure. What more was there? Fate had other plans. As she stepped outside to load her gear, the wind intensified. The world went from gently drifting snow to a violent swirl of frost and ice in minutes. Visibility plummeted. Carleen's SUV, barely visible under a coat of rapidly accumulating snow, refused to start. Each turn of the key resulted in a sickly sputter. She popped the hood, but the engine was beyond her ability to fix in sub-zero conditions, especially under a raging wind. She swore under her breath, cursing the suddenness of the blizzard and her own unpreparedness. Andrew appeared behind her, brow furrowed. "You're not getting anywhere in this storm. The roads close fast when it hits." "I have. To get down," she insisted, more from frustration than reason. Her teeth chattered involuntarily. You can't just freeze out here," he cut in, voice raised to be heard over the howling wind. "You can stay the night in the outpost. There's a spare cot in the back room." Carleen hesitated, pride warring with common sense. It was a no-brainer, really. She nodded, hooking her camera bag over her shoulder, and trudged back inside. Andrew followed, shutting the door firmly behind them. Within moments, the storm's roar was muffled, replaced by the steady crackle of the wood stove. There they stood, two strangers forced by circumstance into sharing the cramped warmth of an old ranger station. on a night when the world outside seemed intent on burying everything in a blanket of white. Carleen exhaled, a slow breath that felt thick with resignation. She had no idea how long the storm would last or what the night might bring. But she knew one thing for sure. She was stuck here with Andrew Latham, a man whose silence felt like its own kind of storm. For the first time, she wondered if there was more than just the station's closure to capture. Maybe, behind the stoic gaze of the ranger, lay a story as vast and unsettling as the wilderness itself. Morning arrived with a terrifying hush, the kind of hush that tells you the world outside is no friendlier than it was the night before. Through the frost-laced window, Carleen could see the unending expanse of white blanketing every surface. Trees stood like silent sentinels burdened by the overnight snowfall. The wind had momentarily calmed, but the storm hadn't truly passed. Its presence loomed as a threat, ready to gather strength again at any moment. Inside the outpost's modest office-cum-living area, Carleen woke up on a narrow cot. Stiff-limbed and bleary-eyed, she wondered if she'd ever been this aware of her own breathing. She'd spent much of the night listening to the wind batter the walls, half expecting them to cave in. Surviving war zones had rarely shaken her confidence, but something about nature's unrelenting force humbled her in ways she hadn't anticipated. She smelled coffee, a faint but welcoming aroma. Andrew stood by the small kitchenette, pouring a dark brew into two mismatched mugs. He placed one on a makeshift table, then cleared his throat. It's not the fancy stuff, but it's hot. Carleen approached, hands outstretched towards the mug. That's all I need right now. Her voice was low, gravelly from lack of sleep. They sipped in silence, the only sound the occasional crackling of logs in the stove. The radio set on a nearby shelf offered nothing but static. Andrew tried different frequencies, each resulting in the same harsh hiss. So, the radio's not picking up any weather updates, he said finally, as if she needed more confirmation that they were stuck. No telling how long we'll be cut off. Carleen nodded. She was used to unpredictable conditions, but typically in crowded cities with flickering neon lights, not in the austere solitude of these mountains. She peered outside again. How do you usually pass the time when you're snowed in like this? Andrew shrugged. Routine, mostly. Tending to the building, keeping the stove going, reading old wildlife reports. There was a pause. I've never really had to pass the time with someone else here. Despite her reluctance, Carleen felt a surge of curiosity. Never, he looked away. Not in a few years. They left it at that. Daylight hours trickled by. Carleen busied herself by inventorying the station's artifacts, taking pictures of logbooks, old trail maps, and the well-worn paths just outside. She thought about the article she was supposed to write, how her editor wanted something rustic and warm. The magazine had asked her to depict the closure of Blackwood Outpost as a nostalgic moment, a piece of history fading into memory. But as she captured images of the battered station in the thick of a merciless winter, she struggled to spin it in a cosy sentimental light. Meanwhile, Andrew busied himself checking the generator, clearing snow from the outpost's roof to prevent collapse, and making sure the stove stayed fed. He seemed restless with her presence, not hostile, just unaccustomed to sharing his space. At midday, they huddled over a simple meal of canned soup. Carleen tried to spark conversation. Ever had to rescue anyone up here before? Hikers? Campers? He gave her a pointed look. A few. People get reckless when they underestimate the wilderness. They think a few warm layers and GPS on their phone can save them from a storm. She caught the implied admonition. Hey, I wasn't reckless. I just didn't know the storm would roll in so fast. Andrew offered a half shrug that bordered on an apology. It came in quicker than usual. The mountains can have that effect. Weather changes in the blink of an eye. Carleen sighed and stared at her soup. She couldn't help but feel judged, as if her presence disrupted something precious to him. Then again, she had judged him too, dismissing him as just some lonely mountain man. But people weren't that simple. Perhaps, she thought, there was more to Andrew than meets the eye. The afternoon blurred into a suffocating quiet. Carleen found herself pacing the cramped living space, the walls feeling closer every moment. Her frustration built like static electricity in the air. She was used to chaos, to movement, to the pulse of city life. Here, time slowed to a crawl, the hours marked only by stoking a fire or refilling a mug of coffee. By evening, she felt her nerves fray. Andrew noticed. "You can't sit still, can you?" She frowned. "I guess not. I keep feeling like I should be out there, capturing something. Or maybe I should be editing my photos, just doing something," he set aside. Set, a book he'd been pretending to read. "Life moves differently here. There's no point fighting it." "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You choose this life." He paused, and for a moment a flicker of pain crossed his face. "Yes," he said quietly, "I do." Unsure how to respond, Carleen pulled out her laptop to sort through the photographs she'd already taken. The silence weighed heavy until Andrew spoke again, almost haltingly, as if he was forcing the words out. "Why do you take pictures of disasters?" She blinked, surprised by the question. I guess I started because I believed it mattered, showing the world what's really happening, where the suffering is. I thought it would help people see beyond their own safe lives and spark some compassion." He nodded, eyes distant, and did it. "Sometimes," she said, her voice softer now, "but after so many war zones and riots and catastrophes, you start to wonder if you're making any real difference, or if you're just feeding a cycle of sensational news." Andrew leaned back in his chair. "That's a heavy burden to carry." Carleen shrugged, but she felt a lump in her throat. She was used to going numb, but here, with nothing but the crackling of logs and Andrew's steady gaze, the emotional residue was harder to ignore. Night came swiftly, bringing with it an inky darkness that pressed against the small windows. Andrew offered her a lantern for the back room. She hesitated at the threshold, looking out into the pitch-black corridor. Her city instincts were useless here. There were no streetlights, no hum of distant traffic, just an all-consuming dark. She forced herself to step inside. The minimal light from the lantern threw dancing shadows on the timber walls. She didn't realise how much the emptiness unnerved her until she heard her own breath come shallow and quick. She placed the lantern on a small table, giving the space a warm glow. It made the emptiness feel a bit less intimidating. She lay down on the cot, heart thumping in her chest. The day had been physically unremarkable. A few steps in the snow, some photos, mostly waiting out the storm, but emotionally she felt exhausted. And she knew part of that exhaustion came from Andrew's presence. A calm presence, but one laden with locked-up memories, and she suspected sorrow. She sensed it in his posture, in his careful choice of words. Her phone had no reception, and she couldn't distract herself by scrolling or texting. With nothing but the distant crackle of the wood stove to keep her company, she let her mind wander. It drifted to the stories she'd covered. The heartbreak of families torn apart by conflict, the blank stares of people rendered homeless by disaster. She thought she'd grown a thick skin, but in the silence the images returned. At some point she must have dozed off, because she jolted awake to the faint creak of the cabin walls. Soft footsteps approached the door. Andrew's voice came from the other side, quietly. "You all right in there?" She swallowed. "Yeah, just not used to this kind of darkness." His silence suggested understanding. "If you need anything, I'll be in the office." "Thanks." It came out more grateful than she intended. He walked away, and she was alone once again. Except, somehow, she didn't feel entirely alone. The knowledge that someone else was under this roof, a man she barely knew, but who seemed to carry his own weight of life's tragedies, offered a strange kind of solace. Her eyes fluttered shut and she fell back into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the flicker of the lantern and the relentless hush of the snowfall outside. When dawn broke the next day, there was a lull in the storm. A pale sun hovered above the ridge, illuminating the world in a cold silver glow. Outside the outpost, thick snowdrifts stretched in every direction, but at least the furious wind had stilled for the moment. Carleen bundled up and stepped out gingerly. She needed air, space, something to push back against the claustrophobia that had settled in her bones. Andrew stood by the outpost's small porch, already shoveling a path to the propane shed. She lifted her camera instinctively. The moment felt surreal. Him, standing there against the backdrop of a winter wilderness, breath-forming small clouds in the frozen air. She snapped a photo. He looked over, and for a fleeting instant something softened in his expression. Not quite a smile, but a hint of acceptance. "I'm going to check the perimeter," he said, a note of invitation in his tone. "I'll come with you," she replied, surprising even herself. It wasn't part of her plan, but she felt drawn to see what he saw in this place. Together they trudged through the snow-covered trails, where trees lined the path like silent guardians. Andrew showed her the natural wonders often missed by the untrained eye, tracks from a rabbit or fox, patches of hoarfrost that looked like delicate crystals on the bark of ancient pines. He pointed out a small, half-frozen creek that still gurgled beneath a thin sheet of ice. "This is all going to be gone soon," he remarked quietly, gesturing to the outpost behind them. "They're decommissioning the station, and after that no ranger will maintain these trails." Carleen knelt to capture a shot of the creek, the lens reflecting the ephemeral beauty of water under ice. "Seems a shame, it's so untouched," he nodded. "That's why it's important. Places like this remind us that we're not the centre of everything." She heard the underlying reverence in his voice. He wasn't just a ranger doing a job. This was personal. Andrew cared deeply about preserving the wilderness. She found herself intrigued by the idea of a man who would choose the solitude of these mountains over the comfort of city life. They returned to the outpost by noon, rosy-cheeked and surprisingly content. The mutual antagonism had lessened. Something like camaraderie was taking its place. Carleen felt it in the easy silence they shared, the simple togetherness of preparing lunch, instant noodles in chipped bowls, steam fogging the cold cabin air. That evening Andrew retrieved a bottle of whiskey from a battered cabinet. "Emergency stash," he said with a small grin that barely reached his eyes. "Figure this qualifies as an emergency. You up for a drink?" They sat near the stove, flames dancing on the logs, the heat pushing back the chill. The whiskey burned Carleen's throat, but it also loosened the tension in her shoulders. She found herself talking more than she intended, about her life in the city, her earliest experiences as a photographer, the hopes she once had about making a real impact with her images. Andrew listened intently, occasionally nodding, his gaze fixed on the fire. She appreciated his quiet form of attention. It wasn't the polite, half-hearted interest she'd grown accustomed to from casual acquaintances. It felt genuine. She ventured a question she'd been holding back. "So, you've been here alone for years. Don't you get lonely?" He shrugged. "Some days, but I guess I traded one kind of loneliness for another. The city never felt like home." He paused, looking into the amber liquid in his mug. "Sometimes, though, the silence can be deafening." "What made you stay?" His grip tightened around the mug. "I lost someone," he admitted, eyes downcast. "The details don't matter much, but after that people felt too close, too chaotic. The mountains were quiet. I needed quiet." She felt her chest tighten. "I'm sorry," she managed, her voice almost a whisper. He nodded, the firelight throwing shadows across his face. They fell into silence, but it was a different kind of silence than before. A shared understanding lay beneath it, a fragile thread that connected their separate pains. She didn't push for more details. She understood that some memories were too raw to expose fully to a stranger. Later that night, as they shared another measure of whiskey, Andrew cracked a small, unexpected joke about how city folks freak out at the sight of a single raccoon rummaging through garbage. Carleen laughed, truly laughed, for the first time in what felt like ages. The tension that had hung between them seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious warmth. She studied his face in the flickering light. He had the rugged features she'd initially assumed were part of the typical mountain man persona. Stubble shading a strong jaw, hair that needed a trim, calloused hands. But there was an understated grace in the way he moved, the way he listened. She wondered if, in another life, he might have been something else. An artist, perhaps, or a teacher. Someone who gave more of himself to the world. The warmth of the fire and the alcohol lulled them into a languid atmosphere. Carleen felt her eyelids grow heavy. She realised she was dangerously close to letting her guard down. Before the lines blurred too much, she stood up and murmured, "Good night." Andrew's gaze lingered on her as she retreated to the back room. She closed the door gently, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her stomach. It wasn't desire exactly, or maybe it was, but overshadowed by an intangible sense of shared vulnerability. She wondered if he felt it too. The next day brought a moment of unforeseen danger. Desperate to capture more scenic shots during a lull in the snowfall, Carleen wandered farther from the outpost than she should have. The terrain was deceptive, an endless white canvas where every drift looked like solid ground until you stepped into a hidden pocket. She found herself sinking knee-deep, then waist-deep in snow. Panic spiked as the wind picked up again, obliterating her footprints. She fumbled for her camera, not wanting to abandon it, but soon realised she had no sense of direction. Each attempt to climb out only buried her deeper. Fear twisted her stomach. She thought of shouting, but the wind devoured her voice. Then, through the haze of white, she saw Andrew approaching. His figure was resolute, wearing snowshoes, face flushed with either anger, relief, or both. In moments, he was at her side, helping her out of the drift, supporting her as she stumbled. Once she was free, he turned to her, eyes blazing. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, breath ragged. "If the wind had gotten worse, I might not have found you." Carleen gulped down a sob. I just wanted to get the shot." He silenced her with a glare. For a moment it looked like he might unload a fury of scolding. Instead, he grabbed her shoulders, his face a mere inch from hers. "Don't risk your life like that," he said hoarsely. "This place doesn't forgive mistakes." She felt adrenaline pulsing through, her veins mixing with relief and something else, some powerful emotional surge between them. His breath warmed her face, and for half a second she was certain he might kiss her. She even leaned forward, just a fraction, drawn by the tension in the air, but he turned away, jaw clenched. "Let's get back." His voice was tight, betraying more worry than anger. They trekked back in silence, both shaken. Once inside, Andrew lit the stove with a fierceness that betrayed how rattled he was. Carleen stood near the doorway, heart hammering. She didn't know whether to apologise or to confront him for the near-miss moment they'd just shared. In the end, she just murmured, "Thank you for saving me," and slipped into her room. She closed the door, leaning against it, eyes wide. She was shaking, but it wasn't just from the cold. A part of her regretted that the moment ended the way it did. Another part knew the tension was far from resolved. That evening the blizzard picked up. Force again, engulfing the station in howling winds and walls of snow. The outpost groaned under the assault, and both Andrew and Carleen did what they could to brace the windows and doors. The storm rattled their nerves, a stark reminder of how powerless they were against the colossal whims of nature. In the midst of the raging tempest, Carleen ventured a timid apology. "I shouldn't have gone out alone like that. I'm used to pushing limits for a photo, but here it's different." Andrew exhaled. "Just don't do it again." His voice held an undercurrent of fear more than anger. She nodded, grateful for the minimal scolding. As night fell, the generator sputtered, leaving only the glow of lanterns and flashlights. The wind was so fierce it seemed to scream through the cracks in the wooden walls. Carleen's heart pounded at every gust. She found Andrew in the office, pacing restlessly, and realised she'd never seen him look so on edge. "This storm is bad," he muttered. "Worse than I've seen in years." He gestured toward the radio. Still no signal. If something goes wrong. Carleen understood the unspoken dread. They were utterly isolated. If a roof beam gave way, or if either of them needed medical help, they were at the mercy of the mountain. Amid this tension, something in Carleen snapped. She hated feeling helpless. Memories from her photo assignments flooded back. The terror of being pinned down in a war zone, the anguish of photographing wounded civilians when she couldn't help them. Emotions swirled like the storm outside until she broke down in front of Andrew, tears glistening in the lantern light. "I'm sorry," she said in a trembling whisper. I'm tired of watching disasters happen and feeling like all I do is document them. I thought I'd come here and find something gentle for once, but even nature can be brutal." Andrew looked torn, sympathy warring with his own internal guard. Slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he said, voice quiet. "You're human, Carleen. You don't have to hold it all together every minute." She let out a shaky breath. The cabin's dim light cast elongated shadows on the walls, turning the moment into something more intimate than she expected. She looked up at him, noticing the flicker of his eyelashes, the tension in his jaw, the lines that sorrow had etched into his brow. Before she knew it, her arms slipped around him, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then relaxed, folding her into an embrace that felt both awkward and profoundly comforting. She wasn't sure who moved first, but their lips hovered close enough that she caught the faint smell of whiskey on his breath. A crack of thunder-like wind split the air outside, jolting them from the threshold of a kiss. They broke apart, each rattled not just by the storm but by the intensity of the moment. In the ensuing silence, Andrew cleared his throat. "I need to check the roof," he mumbled, stepping away hastily. Carleen stood there, heart pounding, half dazed. She knew then that their fragile equilibrium was shattered. They'd crossed a boundary, though they hadn't followed through. The almost kiss lingered, electric and unresolved, like a cord left hanging in the air. Hours later, with the storm still raging, Andrew returned from his checks. Wet snow clung to his jacket and hair. Carleen handed him a towel. He murmured thanks and sat down on a battered wooden chair. His face was etched with fatigue. She watched him quietly, uncertain whether to speak of the near kiss or bury it. But that night had other revelations in store. As the storm rattled the door, Andrew began to talk, haltingly, as though dredging up words from a dark well. He spoke of his fiancée, Helen, who had shared his love of the outdoors. They'd been hiking in these very mountains when an unexpected avalanche swept through, a pass. He was ahead, and she was behind, out of sight. By the time he realised what had happened, it was too late. "I tried to dig her out," he said, voice thick with memory. "But you can't outrun an avalanche. It moves faster than you'd believe." He swallowed hard, eyes distant. "She died by the time search and rescue arrived. His voice cracked. I couldn't save her. Carleen felt tears she didn't know she'd left. Andrew, she began, words failing to encompass the enormity of his grief. He pushed on, as though needing to purge himself of the narrative. After that, the city felt unbearable. People offered their condolences. They tried to empathise, but no one could reach me. I just wanted quiet. So I came here. She reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining. I'm so sorry. The phrase felt inadequate, but it was all she had. They sat like that for a while, sharing a moment of raw vulnerability that eclipsed any differences. They had. In that moment, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts. Wild, relentless, and destructive. And yet, within the chaotic swirl, they found the faintest glimmer of solace in each other's presence. Eventually, Andrew withdrew his hand, gently but firmly. We should get some rest, he said, voice laced with sorrow. Who knows what tomorrow brings? Carleen nodded. She stood, paused, then leaned down and pressed a light kiss to his temple. It was a tentative offering of comfort, not passion. Andrew closed his eyes, accepting the gesture. Then she moved away, leaving him alone with the storm and his memories. Morning dawned, cold and eerily still. The storm clouds had departed, leaving a pristine white world in their wake. Outside, the glistening snowdrifts were both beautiful and treacherous. Andrew managed to get the radio working well enough to hear a faint broadcast. Rescue crews were starting to clear the roads. They should be able to reach Blackwood Outpost within a day or two. Carleen found herself torn. Relief flickered. She could return to normal life soon. But a heavier emotion weighed in her chest. The realization that this strange interlude of forced closeness might be coming to an end. Would she go back to the city and pretend this connection never happened? Did Andrew even want her to stay? The day passed in an awkward dance around each other, both keenly aware of the unresolved tension. When the rescue crew finally radioed in, confirming they'd arrived the next morning, Carleen felt her stomach drop. Andrew's gaze flicked to her, and then away, as though bracing himself for a goodbye. That night, the air was thick with unspoken words. Over a meal of canned stew, they avoided direct eye contact. Carleen tried to lighten the mood. You know, if I ever use these photos, I'll have to title them Whiteout Haven, or something equally dramatic. He huffed a soft laugh, but his eyes didn't smile. It's fitting, he said. This place can be a haven or a prison, depending on what you bring with you. They washed up in silence, the domesticity of the task contrasting sharply with the emotional tide swirling between them. The moment they finished, Andrew announced he'd go check the perimeter once more. Carleen busied herself with packing her camera equipment, heart twisting painfully. When he returned, he paused in the doorway. Tomorrow, when the crew comes, he began, forcing each word out. You can head down. There's a town about an hour away, if the roads are clear, where you can catch a bus or stay at a motel. She bit her lip. Right, she managed, trying to hide her disappointment. Makes sense. A beat of silence stretched. She wanted to say something, anything that might change the trajectory of this farewell, but the words were tangled in her throat. Andrew offered a tight nod and disappeared into the back room, leaving Carleen alone, in the flickering lamplight, wondering if she was about to walk away from something more profound than a fleeting attraction. Morning came with a flutter of helicopter blades overhead. The rescue team had cleared a narrow path along the main road, enough for an SUV to make it down the mountain. The men who arrived were efficient and brisk, their faces lined from the cold, but relieved to find Andrew and Carleen uninjured. They offered hot coffee and a direct route back to civilization. Carleen stood outside the outpost, gear packed, heart heavy. Andrew helped her load her bags into the rescue vehicle. Their eyes met, and 1,000 unspoken feelings hung between them. She wanted to reach for him, to say something that could shatter the distance forming again. But fear of rejection, of clinging to something that might not be real, held her back. The drive down the mountain felt surreal. As the outpost faded from view, Carleen pressed her forehead to the icy window, watching the trees blur past. She felt like she was leaving behind a piece of herself. By the time they reached the nearest town, her mind was already spinning with how quickly life had resumed its usual pace. Cars honked, store lights blinked, and the hum of human activity surrounded her. She spent 2 nights in a small hotel trying to finish her article about Blackwood Outpost. Her editor had called, excited to see the pictures and praising her for surviving the storm. Carleen listened, numb. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the images. There was the outpost sign, half buried in snow, the aging logbooks, the view from a cliff on a rare clear day, and then the photographs of Andrew. In one shot he was turning away from the lens, a half frown on his lips. In another he was silhouetted against the cabin's porch, exhaling a plume of breath into the cold air. She lingered on a close-up where the golden afternoon sun caught the lines in his face, revealing a quiet, profound sadness. Looking at those photographs, she realised she'd captured more than just a man or a place. She had captured the essence of an unspoken story, a wounded soul finding refuge in the wilderness. Her heart squeezed. It felt dishonest to write a fluffy piece about a nostalgic station closure without acknowledging the depth of what she'd experienced. That night she laid awake, the hotel's dim bedside lamp casting shadows on the walls. The city lights flickered through the window, and she realised she no longer found comfort in that neon glow. Instead, she craved the hush of snowfall, the crackle of a wood stove, the steady presence of a man who had let her glimpse his hidden sorrow. By dawn, her mind was made up. She packed her things, checked out, and ignored a half-dozen messages from her editor. She had a new plan. The road back to Blackwood Outpost was partially cleared, enough for her SUV to navigate slowly. Slush and ice made the drive treacherous, but determination fueled her. She arrived to find Andrew outside, loading a truck with boxes from the station. He was packing up exactly as she'd feared, preparing to leave the place he'd called home. For a moment she watched him in silence. Her heart pounded as she forced herself out of the car. He looked up, startled. His expression cycled from shock to guarded concern. "What are you doing here?" she swallowed. "I couldn't leave it like that." He set down the box he was holding. "Carleen, I'm closing this place. There's nothing left here." She stepped closer, pulling a single photograph from her coat pocket. She offered it to him. It was a print she'd made in the hotel's business centre at dawn, a shot of him standing at the edge of the forest, lost in thought. He gazed at it, throat bobbing. She saw him fighting some internal tide of emotion. "Why did you come back?" he asked, voice thick with caution and hope. "I don't know what comes next," she said, echoing words that had circled in her mind for days. "But I know I don't want to leave you behind." Her voice trembled, but she pressed on. "These last few days I've seen something here, something in you, that makes me believe there's more to life than just chasing the next big story." Andrew clenched the photo in his hands. "I'm no good at this," he admitted, voice raw. "Letting people in. Not since—" He trailed off, but she stepped forward, closing the distance. "I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me in just enough so we can figure it out. Together." His eyes glistened, and for a long moment they stood on the snowy ground, the world around them utterly silent, waiting. Then, in one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. It wasn't a timid, half-formed thing this time. It was urgent, fueled by days of tension and unspoken longing. Carleen clung to him, feeling the solid press of his body, the warmth of his breath against her cheek, the beating of his heart. When they finally broke apart, his forehead rested on hers. He exhaled, a shuddering breath that carried relief and acceptance. "Stay," he whispered, voice cracking. or let me go with you. Whatever you want. Just don't walk away again." Tears brimmed in Carlene's eyes, but they were tears of joy. "We'll figure it out." Months later, a different kind of hush envelops a small cabin tucked away in a pocket of the same mountain range, but not so remote that it's inaccessible. Carlene perches on a simple wooden porch, camera in hand, capturing the gentle drift of snowflakes. Inside, Andrew is stacking logs in the fireplace. They share this cabin now, an arrangement that defies easy labels but feels deeply right. Sometimes they head to the city to deal with personal matters or for Carlene's photography exhibitions, but always they return to this wilderness sanctuary. Carlene has stepped away from the chaos of war zones, choosing instead to focus her lens on nature's beauty and humanity's quieter stories. She still cares about documenting truth and hardship, but she's learned there's a healing power in highlighting resilience and grace. Andrew, for his part, has learned to open his heart again, slowly allowing himself to imagine a future where love and loss coexist but do not cancel each other out. On this particular afternoon, the sun sets behind a ridge, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. Carlene lifts her camera to capture Andrew stepping outside. He looks at her, that familiar warmth in his eyes. She snaps the shutter. In that single frame she sees their entire journey, the storm that first trapped them, the emotional barriers they broke through, the fragile bond that blossomed into something that feels like home. She lowers the camera and smiles at him. He returns the smile, small but certain. Somewhere in the distance the wind rustles through, snow-laden pines. It's a soft, almost musical sound, a far cry from the howling fury of the storm that once imprisoned them in Blackwood Outpost. And with that gentle whisper of wind, they both know, some storms don't just trap you, some storms bring you home. The composer's Muse. New York City at dusk is a curious, shape-shifting place. Lights flicker on in high-rise windows, cabs honk impatiently in the streets, and the hum of a million stories pulses in every direction. Hidden in one of the quieter neighbourhoods sits a small, unassuming cafe. A chalkboard sign reads, "Kira Stein's Espresso and Notes," though the subdued exterior rarely draws crowds. The reason people step inside, if they do, is whispered among the local night owls. Come for the coffee, stay for the piano. Tonight, Alex Peterson is at that very piano. He's a man defined by quiet intensity. Dressed in a black button-down shirt and simple trousers, he blends into the backdrop until he rests his fingertips on the keys. Then, the atmosphere around him transforms. His music is an undercurrent that calms the chatter, gliding through the air like an intimate secret. A few patrons pause to listen, though most remain lost in their conversations. Alex's eyes shift toward a crumpled newspaper lying beside a half-empty latte on a nearby table. The headline leaps out at him. Hazel Warner, disgraced violinist, returns to her roots. A familiar longing blooms in his chest. Once, years ago, Hazel was at the pinnacle of the classical world, a former child prodigy with a glow about her that dazzled both critics and fans. Now, the tabloids buzz with her downfall, a plagiarism scandal pinned on her by her charismatic ex-fiancé, Nathaniel Nate Caldwell. Alex exhales softly as he finishes his piece, letting the final chord linger. Then, he gently closes the fallboard of the piano. He's about to slip away from the spotlight, though to call it a spotlight is generous when barely anyone notices him, when a voice calls out, "Hey you, over here," says a man with a face that glows from the screen of his phone. "How about something more upbeat?" Alex musters a tight smile. He does not do requests, especially. Not from random men lost in their phone screens. Yet he nods politely, sits back down, and begins a tune that's lighter. A warm, melodic jazz standard he's well practiced in. It's easier this way, not stirring up too much of himself, not letting his heart bleed through the music. A few minutes later, the cafe's owner breezes by, wiping a table with brisk, confident strokes. Kira Stein, Alex's best friend since their days in music conservatory, is a petite woman with short, coppery hair that curls just at her chin. She has an uncanny ability to sense the mood of a room, especially where Alex is concerned. "You okay?" Kira asks once the last note fades. Alex shrugs, eyes darting again to the newspaper. Kira follows his glance. A sigh escapes her lips. "You know," she says, "you don't have to torture yourself reading about her. It's been how many years?" A question that hangs in the air without an easy answer. One might say 5 or 10, or maybe just enough. Years for the memory of Hazel Warner to become a continuous hum in Alex's life. He stands, carefully folds the newspaper, and follows Kira to the back of the cafe. The corridor there is narrow, walls lined with old concert posters, many from Kira's short stint as a travelling violinist. She gave that up to open this place, channeling her passion for music into the comfort of others. Alex has never fully understood how she can be so fearless in forging a new path, but maybe that's precisely why they've stayed so close. Once they reach the small kitchen, Kira hands him a mug of chamomile tea. She's well acquainted with his reluctance to drink coffee late at night. "Alex," she says, her voice low enough that the barista behind them won't overhear. "I'm serious. This obsession, it has to stop. You let yourself feel everything so deeply, and that's beautiful. But you have to remember what Hazel did. She never even noticed you, not really. Don't let her waltz. Back into your head now that she's all over the press again." He looks at Kira, wanting to believe her words but also unable to quiet the memories. She has no idea how many times he's replayed those old duets, the ones in the musty practice rooms at the conservatory. He still recalls the exact weight of Hazel's gaze when they performed an original piece he'd composed specifically for her. Yet, she never realised it was for her. She'd simply praised his musicianship and rushed on to the next rehearsal, her mind fixed on climbing higher and higher in her own career. And now she's back, battered by scandal, possibly more fragile than before. She might not ever glance in his direction again, but that doesn't stop the longing. "Let me worry about it," Alex finally mutters, taking a sip of tea. Kira shakes her head but decides not to push further. She knows well enough that coaxing truth from Alex is a slow dance. "All right," she concedes, "but promise me you won't bury yourself in heartbreak again. If you need to talk, I'm here." Alex sets down the mug and returns to the piano, but the mood in the cafe has shifted. Most patrons have gone. The few who remain seem content with hushed conversation. He runs his fingers over the keys but chooses not to play. No sense in pouring himself into a near-empty room. Instead, he helps Kira close up for the night, stacking chairs, wiping tables, flicking off the lights, until the cafe is silent and dark, except for the glowing green exit sign. When they step outside, the street glistens under the lampposts. Wind rustles a stray piece of trash, sending it skittering along the sidewalk. Alex feels the chill against his skin, but it's a mild evening by New York standards. Kira rummages for her keys, the jingle echoing faintly in the urban hush. She locks the door, then turns to him. "You sure you don't want to stay with me? You look like you've got a lot on your mind," she says, softly. "I'm fine," Alex insists. He wonders what time it is. Probably near midnight, maybe later. The quiet can be disorienting in a city that rarely sleeps. He runs a hand through his hair and offers Kira a small, reassuring smile. "Thanks, though. I'll see you in the morning." She nods, and they part ways. He heads down the block, each step feeling heavier. He's turned 31, an age that feels like a tide change. No longer the bright-eyed dreamer of his 20s, but not old enough to shed that same dream. A musician in a constant state of almost discovered, almost recognised, almost loved. He can't resist one last glance at the folded newspaper under his arm. Hazel Warner's face is captured in a photograph that seems to ache with unsaid words. She doesn't know he exists as more than a faint memory from the past. And yet, for Alex Peterson, she's been the silent impetus behind every piece he's ever composed. He rounds the corner to his small walk-up apartment. The building stands tired but proud. Up the creaky stairs into the narrow hall, and finally he slips the key into his door. Inside, the living room is cluttered with sheet music, some scribbled on loose-leaf pages, others meticulously noted in bound notebooks. His baby grand piano, a well-loved Steinway, is tucked in the corner. He flips on a small lamp, letting its warm glow caress the instrument. Setting the newspaper on the piano bench, he leans against a wall scrawled with half-finished compositions pinned up like puzzle pieces. He wonders if Hazel is reading about herself with the same sense of dread. He wonders if she's thinking back to the days before everything became complicated by fame and betrayal. In this moment, the past and the present collide in his heart. He wants to shut out the memories, but the notes of an old composition drift into his mind uninvited. Quietly, as if not to disturb the intangible ghost lurking, he hums a melody he once wrote for Hazel. It settles into the silence like a final lullaby for the night. He knows Kira's warning is wise. He knows he should let the memory of Hazel fade. But love, or something akin to it, has a way of burrowing into the soul, deeper than logic can reach. And so, with a flick of the lamp switch, he surrenders to the darkness, that intangible chord still resonating in him. He doesn't know what tomorrow holds, only that the world has suddenly tilted with Hazel's return. The shadows of unspoken feelings dance on the wall, and somewhere in the city that never truly sleeps, Hazel Warner might be hearing an echo of a past she never knew existed. A crisp morning light slices through Alex's thin curtains, waking him earlier than usual. The city hums in the background, delivery trucks roaring, car horns honking. But Alex hears another sound in his mind, the slow, melancholic chords he half composed last night, before sleep claimed him. They remain incomplete, like a question begging for an answer he's not yet ready to give. He dresses, pulling on a sweater and dark jeans, and cradles a travel mug of tea on his way back to the cafe. The dawn light paints the sidewalks golden. Despite the bustle, Alex feels a sense of quiet. He wonders if Hazel is awake right now, perhaps scanning the headlines that mock her fall from grace. It's a futile thought. She's a world away, even if technically only a few subway stops separate them in Manhattan. When he steps into Kira's cafe, the place smells of freshly ground espresso beans and pastries. Morning regulars line up, bleary-eyed but hopeful for caffeine. Kira, cheerful but firm, manages them all with the efficiency of a seasoned conductor overseeing an orchestra. "Good morning," she calls, sliding a latte across the counter to a waiting customer. Then she turns to Alex, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "Sleep well?" He shrugs. Sleep was a cagey beast that refused to linger. "I'm managing." Kira arches an eyebrow. "You know, if you want real rest, you could try not reading that newspaper article 20 times. He tries to deny it, but the small, knowing tilt of her head stops him. "I just needed to see how the media's spinning it," he says. "She's back in the city, after all. Doesn't that feel surreal to you?" Kira's expression softens. "I guess," she concedes. "She was always so driven when we were all at the conservatory. The star of every show, the top of every class. It's strange to picture her now, headlined as a pariah. But maybe, she pauses, measuring her words, this is a chance for her to figure out who she is without that perfect veneer. A knock on the glass door distracts them. A harried supplier gestures at Kira, needing a signature for a delivery. She throws Alex a quick, sympathetic look and rushes off. Alone at the counter, Alex finds his thoughts drifting again to Hazel, the way her bow once glided, across violin strings, each note luminous, filled with a rare fervour. People called her a prodigy, but Alex saw the toll of that label in the deep circles under her eyes. He'd admired her from the audience seat as much as from behind the piano stand. But she never noticed, or if she did, she chose not to say a thing. Morning moves forward in a blur of coffee orders and pastries. Alex occasionally assists, clearing tables, refilling sugar canisters. A few hours later, just as the rush dies down, something almost fated happens. A figure slips through the door. She's shorter than he remembers, or perhaps it's the way her posture slopes inward, as if she's trying to vanish into her own coat. Her hair, once pinned in an elegant bun for performances, now falls loosely around her shoulders in unbrushed waves. Yet there's no mistaking that face. Hazel Warner stands in the doorway of Kira's cafe, scanning the room with uncertain eyes. Alex freezes. For an instant he contemplates, ducking behind the counter to avoid being seen. His heart pounds, and a rush of old emotions flood him. Admiration, yearning, fear that she'll glance right through him as if he's invisible. But she doesn't. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of recognition sparks across her features. "Alex," she says softly, her voice cracking as though she's unsure if she's allowed to speak his name. Time seems to stutter. Kira, returning from the back, practically leaps to intercept Hazel. "Hey," Kira says in polite but guarded tones. "Long time no see. Do you need something? Coffee? A place to sit?" Hazel's cheeks flush. She steps closer to the counter, ignoring the curious stares of a few remaining customers. I saw the sign. The name was familiar. I had no idea this was your place, Kira." Her gaze flickers to Alex. "Or that you'd be here too." The room feels charged, like the moment before a pivotal note in a musical composition. A part of Alex wants to unravel every memory he stored away. Tell Hazel how proud he was of her successes, how gutted he was when she fell from grace, how her face in that newspaper last night reignited every feeling he'd tried to bury. But he stands there, measured silence forming a barrier. Kira, stepping up, tries to dissolve the tension with a businesslike tone. "Welcome. If you'd like something, the menu's on the board. We also have fresh pastries." Hazel glances at the blackboard, though she seems more focused on Alex's face. She opens her mouth, closes it, and then tries again. "Actually, Could we talk? All of us, maybe. I know a lot has happened since forever." She gives a half laugh that lacks humour. "I just wanted to see you both. Maybe apologise." Kira folds her arms. "Apologise for what exactly?" Hazel's gaze drops to the floor. "For never being around, for shutting people out, especially after everything. You probably heard about the scandal. Nate Caldwell accused me of stealing a concerto from him. It wasn't true." Her voice tightens. "But no one believed me. I lost everything. My reputation, my bookings, sponsors, everything." A silence follows, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine behind the counter. "I should have reached out sooner." Alex feels a pang of sympathy, then quickly reminds himself of Kira's warning. Hazel had always been too wrapped up in her own ambitions to notice the people who truly cared about her. But is it fair to blame her entirely? Or is this vulnerability genuine? Finally he lets out a breath and in a measured voice says, "It's been a while, Hazel. Let's grab a table." The three of them settle at a corner table by the window. Passers-by rush along the sidewalk outside, glimpsing the cafe's interior without understanding the emotional undercurrents swirling in that small space. Hazel fiddles with her fraying jacket sleeve, as though searching for the right words. "I'm sorry to just barge in like this," she begins again. "I know I have no right to ask for help after everything that's happened. But the truth is, I don't know if I can play violin the way I used to. I can't trust my own instincts anymore. Everyone's eyes are on me, waiting for me to fail again." Kira's expression softens just a fraction. "What do you want from us?" Hazel looks directly at Alex and he feels his heart skip. "Back in school, you wrote a piece for me once," she says, her voice tender. "You might not remember," he interrupts. "Of course I remember. I remember every piece I've ever composed." She nods, looking grateful for a moment of connection. "It was unlike anything else. I felt a sincerity in your notes that I never felt in any other composition. After what I've been through, I want to feel that again. I need to rediscover why I love music. I was hoping, maybe, you could compose something new for me. It's the only way I know how to start over." A jolt of conflicting emotions grips Alex. Part of him bristles at the idea. Why should he cater to Hazel's request now, after years of quiet neglect? But another part of him, the composer who thrives on raw emotion, can't ignore the stirring of inspiration. The guard dog in his mind barks that this is dangerous, that he'll be hurt again. Yet the flicker of hope in Hazel's eyes is undeniable. "You're asking a lot," Alex manages to say. Hazel lowers her gaze. "I know, but I'm lost, Alex. And I thought, if anyone could help me find my way, it would be you." The sincerity in her voice, mixed with desperation, forms a chord that resonates too deeply to ignore. Kira catches Alex's eye, a silent caution passing between them. This is exactly what she was worried about. Alex stepping into the old role of caretaker, the silent composer who burns for a woman who barely registers his presence beyond his music. But now that Hazel is here, physically, tangibly broken, can he turn away? He leans back, crossing his arms. "Let me think about it," he says, trying to sound detached. Hazel nods, her shoulders slumping in what seems like relief that he hasn't outright refused. "Thank you," she whispers. They linger in an uneasy quiet until a customer approaches the counter, drawing Kira away to take another order. Alex and Hazel remain at the table, separated by a gulf of unspoken history. For a fleeting moment, Alex wonders if this is fate or a twisted encore of heartbreak. Either way, the music that once bound them together might soon play again. And if it does, Alex senses it won't be the same gentle harmony. It might be a tempest, or something more complicated. Something that could break them both. For the rest of that day, Alex is caught in a whirlwind of old melodies and new uncertainties. After Hazel's departure, he and Kira exchange few words about the encounter. She simply hands him a cloth to wipe down the counters, eyes narrowed in a stern, silent message. "I'm watching you. Don't get in over your head." That night, Alex heads home with a restless surge of creativity swirling within. The second he enters his apartment, he sits at his baby grand. His fingers hover over the keys. A phrase forms in his mind, soft, tentative. It's reminiscent of the compositions he wrote in his conservatory days for Hazel, but now there's an undercurrent of regret and longing that wasn't there before. He plays a few chords, testing the waters. An image flashes in his mind of Hazel in the cafe, her coat too big, her eyes rimmed with fatigue. He remembers how vibrant she used to be, standing tall on stage, commanding the spotlight with her violin's brilliance. Now, that bright energy seems dimmed by betrayal and scandal. The tabloids can be vicious, especially when a revered figure falls from grace. Accusations of plagiarism are a hard stain to remove, even when you're innocent. Alex shuts his eyes, letting the notes speak. When he was younger, he believed music was enough to convey his feelings, but he never found the courage to tell Hazel directly, "Hey, I love you. This composition is a testament to how you captivate my entire being." She never guessed, or if she did, she brushed it aside, too focused on her own ambitions. He wonders, is it masochistic to compose something new for her? Probably. But the thought of turning her away feels worse. He can't deny the electric thrill that runs through him at the notion of creating a piece worthy of resurrecting her spirit. Late into the night, he scrawls ideas onto staff paper, half-formed melodies, eerie chord progressions, a shift to a major key that hints at hope. By the time he looks at the clock, it's nearly 2 a.m. He rubs his tired eyes and forces himself to bed, mind racing with chord structures and harmonic layers. Over the next several days, Hazel and Alex meet in his small Brooklyn apartment. They sit across from each other, a battered coffee table between them, strewn with his handwritten sheets. Hazel traces the notes with her fingertips, as though they're braille revealing secrets. "I don't know if I can do these justice," she confesses one afternoon, setting the pages aside. She glances around at the cluttered living space. Alex's apartment is modest, but the stacks of music carry a certain magic, as if each page vibrates with potential. "I haven't performed in months, and when I do try to play, I get in my own head. My technique is shaky, my confidence is shot." Alex finds her vulnerability unsettling. The Hazel he recalls was proud, sometimes to a fault, certain of her abilities. This Hazel seems humanized by pain. A small voice in his mind warns him that heartbreak often paves the way to manipulative apologies, but he can't help feeling sympathy. "You'll get it back," he says gently. "If you want to, that is. But it'll take practice and patience." She gives him a weary smile. "Thanks for not sugarcoating it." Then she shifts her gaze. "I'm curious, Alex. Why did you even agree to help me? You could have refused, told me to figure it out on my own." The question lingers, thickening the air. He could mention that maybe it's because he spent years tethered to her without her noticing, or that Kira's protective stance only half deters him from diving headlong into a new composition for the woman who once spurred his greatest pieces. Instead, he offers a careful truth. "Because I understand what it's like to love music to the point that you can't let it die, no matter how many times it betrays you." A flicker of recognition crosses her face. She nods as though she senses the deeper layers in his words. But before either can elaborate, Kira strides in, carrying a paper bag of groceries. She's been dropping by regularly, partly to keep them fed and partly, Alex suspects, to ensure he isn't blindly falling into old patterns. "I've got fresh vegetables and some pasta," Kira announces. "Thought I'd whip up lunch." She sets the bag on the kitchen counter, pausing to look at Hazel. "You look tired. Are you resting enough?" Hazel shrugs. "I've been trying to rebuild a routine. Mornings at the library researching old compositions, afternoons practicing, evenings here with Alex." Kira raises an eyebrow at Alex. "Don't overwork her, composer boy." Alex holds up his hands in mock defense. "She sets the pace, not me." Hazel smiles faintly, sensing the playful protective tone in Kira's voice. Then she helps unload the groceries. In the next few minutes, the apartment is filled with the aroma of simmering tomatoes, sizzling onions, and fresh basil. The domesticity of it all surprises Alex. It's been ages since he's had something resembling family or close friends gathered around for a meal. As they eat, talk meanders from music to old stories about the conservatory. Hazel recounts how she once got locked in a practice room for hours because Nate Caldwell forgot she was there and left with the only key. Kira scoffs at the mention of that name, setting her fork down a little too aggressively. Of course he did, Kira mutters, eyes narrowing. Nate never gave a damn about anyone but himself. Hazel glances at her plate. I defended him for years. I even believed him at first when he said he was doing it for my own good, claiming that my compositions were overshadowing his. It's all so messed up. Alex stays quiet, letting Hazel's confession sink in. He recalls seeing Nate from afar during their conservatory days, a magnetic presence who drew a crowd wherever he went. Nate had an uncanny ability to charm people, a skill that masked his darker inclinations. That same charm, ironically, is what made the world believe his lies about Hazel's plagiarism. Eventually plates empty, and the three of them clear the table. Hazel steps to the corner of the living room where her violin case rests. Carefully she lifts the instrument out, running her fingers over the polished wood. It's still a magnificent violin, though now bearing the emotional weight of her scandal. Alex moves to the piano. Let's try a few bars from that piece I showed you, he suggests, flipping open the pages on the stand. Hazel nods, positioning the violin under her chin. She draws in a breath, and her bow meets the strings. The first note wavers. She stops, breath ragged. It's okay, Alex says calmly. Again. A second attempt produces a slightly steadier sound, though far from her old brilliance. Her technique is rusty, but there's a tremor of emotion that travels from her bow into the air. It's not just skill that's missing, it's belief in herself. Alex begins to play the supporting piano line, a gentle ripple of chords meant to cradle the violin melody. It's a new composition with hints of an old longing. For a moment, Hazel meets his eyes. Something sparks, as if she recognizes that the music is built around her essence, her timid reawakening, her heartbreak, her hope. The notes intertwine, delicate but fraught with tension. It's imperfect, but genuine. When they finish, Hazel lowers her violin, tears brimming. She blinks them away quickly, her voice shaking. It's like the music understands me better than I understand myself. Kira watches quietly, arms folded but not unkindly. That's Alex for you, she finally says. He hears what's unspoken. Hazel's eyes never leave Alex's face. You once wrote for me, years ago, and I barely thanked you, she says. But I want you to know now that it meant the world, even if I didn't say it. I just didn't realise how much I needed it. Alex's heart clenches with an odd mix of longing and frustration. He has waited so long for any kind of acknowledgement, from Hazel, yet hearing it now stings. It reminds him of the lost time, the night spent pining for a woman who was only a dream. Clearing his throat, he says, let's refine that second section tomorrow. The tempo shift might help you transition better. Hazel nods, cheeks flushed. Kira, sensing the emotionally charged atmosphere, speaks up. I'm going to do the dishes. Hazel, why don't you pack up your violin for the day? We've done enough for now. Hazel lingers only a moment longer before setting her instrument down and heading to the kitchen to help Kira. Alone, Alex flips through the sheets of music on his piano stand. His eyes land on a line that reads, dedicated to H.W. It's an echo of the secret dedications he made back in school, though he never had the courage to show them to her. In the kitchen, he hears the murmur of Hazel and Kira's voices. They're talking quietly, maybe about him, or maybe about the scandal. He wonders if Hazel is telling Kira about the heartbreak she endured with Nate, or the raw guilt she carries for not noticing Alex's devotion all those years ago. He wonders if Kira is cautioning Hazel not to hurt him again. He closes the music folder, pressing down gently on the pages as though sealing them into his own heart. Despite his caution, he's already invested. Too much. His walls are crumbling, and the music of her presence is slipping in once more. He can't help but think, if this collaboration heals Hazel, what will it do to him? Will he finally find closure? Or is he walking straight into heartbreak for a second time? As he sits there, the lingering resonance of their duet still vibrating through the apartment, one truth emerges. Though he spent years composing in the shadows, a flicker of light has found him, and as dangerous as it might be to step into that brightness again, he knows that sometimes music is worth the risk. Tension curls like a wary cat in the corners of Alex's apartment. Though Hazel is determined to rebuild her career, she struggles under the weight of public disapproval, which she experiences even in small ways. Side glances from strangers on the subway, or hushed whispers when someone recognises her on the street. Each new day at Alex's apartment, she tackles the violin with increasing rigour. Bit by bit her confidence emerges, but so does a new emotion, a deepening awareness of Alex. One evening, after Kira has locked up the cafe and left Alex and Hazel alone to rehearse, Hazel notices an old spiral-bound notebook on the piano bench. Its edges are frayed, the cover faded. Without thinking, she picks it up and flips through the pages. Her breath catches. The dates go back nearly a decade, each composition titled with cryptic phrases: Moonlight Before Dawn, The Red Scarf Elegy, Her Heart's Allegro. The margins are filled with half-erased doodles, sometimes a single initial, H. The dedication lines read differently, for HW, or simply for her. It's as if the entire notebook is an ode to a mysterious muse. She glances at Alex, who's busy in the small kitchenette, washing a couple of mugs. Music from a local jazz station filters through a tinny radio on the counter. She wonders if she should ask permission to read further, but the curiosity is too strong. She turns the page. The notes swirl off the staff lines, raw, unpolished, but brimming with a fervour she recognises from their earliest rehearsals at the conservatory. In each melody she senses a confession, like love letters etched in music. Her mind whirls back to fleeting memories, the way Alex would watch her from across the practice room, the flush on his face whenever she praised his compositions. Could it be? Hazel snaps the notebook shut when Alex walks in, concern etched on his features. "Where did you find that?" he asks, drying his hands on a dish towel. She holds it out, cheeks burning. "It was on the bench. Alex, these pieces, you wrote them. For me. Didn't you?" His silence is answer enough. Slowly he sets the towel aside, tension in his jaw. "That was a long time ago." Her hands tremble. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Alex's gaze falls to the floor. "You never asked, and you never seemed interested in anything that wasn't about your own spotlight." She flinches as though struck. "That's not fair. I didn't know. I was focused," he finishes. "Driven. You were unstoppable, Hazel. I admired that. But you never looked back." For a moment neither speaks. The radio crackles out a lonely saxophone line, punctuating the silence. Finally, Hazel musters the courage to meet his eyes. "I see that now. I was young and foolish. I was so consumed with being the best that I didn't stop to see who was right beside me." Alex exhales, running a hand over the piano's worn finish. "Why are we talking about the past? It can't be changed." She clutches the notebook to her chest. "Because it matters to me," she confesses, voice quavering. "I thought nobody understood me or my passion, but all this time you were writing for me, fueling me, loving me through your music, and I never even thanked you." A storm brews in Alex's dark eyes. Pain, longing, frustration. "Don't read too much into it," he says, though his tone betrays him. "I was just a naive composer in love with an idea." "An idea?" Hazel echoes, feeling her throat tighten. "Or was it me?" He's silent for a long beat, then quietly responds, "I don't know any more." She sets the notebook down gently, returning it to him like something fragile. "For what it's worth, Those pieces are some of the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wish I could have heard them played. Maybe one day I still can. Alex avoids her gaze, gathering the notebook and tucking it away. We should call it a night. The next morning, Hazel confides in Kira. They meet at the cafe, before opening in that in-between time when the city is just waking. Hazel sits on a stool near the counter, arms resting on her violin case. She looks pensive, as if she hasn't slept. Kira pours them both a cup of strong coffee, ignoring Hazel's mention that she's more of a tea person these days. "Trust me, you need the caffeine," Kira jokes softly. "Now spill. What's going on in that head of yours?" Hazel hesitates, then sighs. "I found a notebook of Alex's compositions from years ago. All of them. They're dedicated to me. I had no clue he felt so strongly. My mind is reeling." Kira's expression is guarded, though not entirely surprised. "I warned him not to get hurt again. He's been carrying this torch for so long." Hazel lets out a broken laugh. "I never meant to be so blind. I was just so caught up in my career, in Nate, in everything. And now that I see the depth of Alex's devotion, I feel..." She searches for the right word. "Guilty, and more than that. Something else I can't quite put my finger on. Like I'm seeing Alex for the first time, but it's too late." Kira sets her coffee mug down. "It's not too late if you're sincere, but you need to figure out if what you feel is truly for him or for the music he creates." Hazel grips her mug, the warmth seeping into her hands. "I wish I knew how to separate the two. I keep hearing his compositions in my head, and they fill me with this emotion I can't describe. Is it him I love or the music? It's all so tangled." "Untangle it," Kira says firmly, "or at least try. Because if you give Alex false hope and then realise you only wanted the music, he'll never recover." The gravity of Kira's words sinks in. Hazel nods, her eyes clouded with worry. "Thank you," she whispers. "I know you're just trying to protect him." "And maybe protect you too," Kira replies softly. She stands, finishing her coffee in one gulp, because heartbreak, in any direction, cuts deep. Across the city, rumblings of a major gala at Carnegie Hall start making their way through the classical music grapevine. It's an annual fundraiser featuring top-tier musicians, and rumour has it the organisers are desperate for a headlining performer with a fresh story. Hazel's scandal, ironically, makes her a compelling choice. Her potential comeback could grab headlines and sell tickets. That afternoon, the call comes in. An invitation to Hazel Warner to perform at the prestigious event. She's startled by the sudden opportunity. "They want me," she blurts into the phone. "After everything that happened." "We believe in second chances," the event coordinator says diplomatically. "This could be a triumphant return, and frankly, it's good for publicity." That last line stings, but Hazel forces a grateful tone. "I'll do it. Thank you. I'll do whatever it takes to make it a success." The moment, she hangs up. Her heart flutters with both excitement and dread. She calls Alex, voice trembling. "They've asked me to play at Carnegie Hall next month. It's huge, but I don't feel ready to stand on that stage alone." "You can do it," Alex says, though she detects uncertainty in his words. "We'll work twice as hard. I'll compose something new, something bold. But you have to trust yourself." She bites her lip. "Actually, I want it to be your piece, front and centre, if you're willing. Something you've been working on. Something that means everything." She doesn't mention the old notebook, but the implication is there. "I'll dedicate the performance to you." A pause. When he speaks again, Alex's voice sounds guardedly hopeful. "I'll finish the composition. Meet me tomorrow at the apartment." The clock ticks relentlessly toward the gala date. Rehearsals intensify. Hazel pours every ounce of her being into the new composition Alex is finalising. The tension between them simmers, unspoken truths weaving into the notes. On the surface they're a formidable duo, a rising star seeking redemption, and a composer stepping out of the shadows. But under the veneer of professional collaboration, the old heartbeat of love flickers. One night after a grueling session, Hazel musters the courage to speak up. "Alex," she begins, meeting his eyes. "There's something I need to say." He lowers his hands from the piano keys. The expression on his face is caution mixed with yearning. What is it? She tries to form the words, but fear knots her stomach. "I love you," she wants to say, but is it him or is it the music? In the end, she can't force the confession, not yet. "Thank you," she says instead, her voice trembling with intensity, "for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself, for writing what you write, for everything." His gaze lingers on her, vulnerability flickering. That's enough, for tonight. He stands to walk her out. The closeness between them as they walk down the hall is electric yet unclaimed. Outside, the city's neon haze bathes them in swirling colour. She longs to reach for him, to test if the connection she feels is real. But the swirl of confusion holds her back. They say goodnight at the curb. As Hazel steps into a waiting cab, she watches Alex disappear into the shadows of his building. She wonders if she'll ever find the words, or if she'll lose him just as she's finally beginning to see him. The gala day looms, a culminating crescendo, and neither Hazel nor Alex can predict whether the final chord will strike salvation or heartbreak. Carnegie Hall stands regal under the city lights, a beacon of artistry and ambition. The night of the gala arrives, and Hazel Warner slips in through the stage door, violin case in hand, nerves jumping like frantic creatures inside her. Stagehands bustle about, directing performers, checking lights. The roar of an anticipatory audience seeps through the walls, a distant thunder that rattles Hazel's heart. Backstage, Alex sits at a piano bench, running through the final bars of his new composition one last time. The piece is raw and unfiltered, a reflection of everything he's carried for years: unrequited love, quiet devotion, and the heartbreak of being unseen. He glances up as Hazel approaches, her eyes flickering with both anxiety and determination. "You ready?" he asks softly, a note of sincerity in his voice. She exhales. "Ready as I'll ever be. I want to play your music perfectly, not just to prove something to the world, but to show you that I hear you. Finally." He nods, swallowing hard. No words come, but the moment is charged with a deeper understanding. They step onto the stage together. The hall's grand interior dazzles with chandeliers and plush red seats packed to capacity. Reporters, critics, and patrons crane their necks. The entire room crackles with the tension of this high-stakes performance. Hazel stands under the spotlight, violin at her chin. Alex takes his seat at the Steinway Grand. A hush settles, a collective inhale. Then, with a single nod, Hazel draws her bow across the strings, and the first note emerges, a trembling whisper that blossoms into a forceful lament. The composition sweeps from a plaintive melody to a fierce crescendo, each movement telling a story of regret, devotion, and redemption. As they play, Hazel feels the music flowing through her like a second heartbeat. She catches Alex's eye in fleeting moments, sensing that the lines between them, between composer and muse, between two hearts separated for too long, are dissolving. Midway through the performance, the emotion surges. The violin's cry echoes with raw intensity, and the audience leans in as though catching a confession. Hazel's vision blurs with tears she refuses to shed. She channels every ounce of feeling into the bow, her body trembling with the piece's climax. Alex's piano supports, guides, and complements every note. No longer just an accompaniment, but a duet of souls. When the final chord resolves, the silence is almost unbearable. Then thunderous applause erupts, sweeping the hall. Hazel lowers her violin, chest heaving. She searches for Alex amid the standing ovation, finds him gazing at her with a mix of awe and heartbreak. For a fleeting second, she wants to run to him, to fling her arms around him and say everything she's kept locked inside. But the curtain call pulls them both into formal bows. They step forward, and the applause crescendos, cameras flashing like frenzied fireflies. Backstage afterward, the chaos is immediate. Congratulations, interview requests, critics fawning. Hazel stumbles through it, her mind spinning. She wants to find Alex, but he's swallowed up by the crowd, ushered away by well-wishers. Someone thrusts a microphone at her, demanding a statement. Another tries to take her photograph. Over the din, she hears a familiar, contemptuous voice. "So, you've found a new composer to sponge off, have you?" The voice stops her cold. Nate Caldwell, her ex-fiancé, emerges from the throng. His tailored suit and polished shoes shine under the harsh backstage lights. His smile is razor-sharp. "Brilliant performance, Hazel. Almost had me convinced you wrote that piece yourself." Hazel's blood runs cold. "I never claimed to write it," she hisses, stepping closer to keep the conversation private. "Alex composed it, as anyone who bothered to read the program would know." Nate chuckles, low and menacing. "Ah, but they'll still talk. Word around is that your dear Alex has been inspired by your old ideas. Maybe you fed him your scraps, then let him do the grunt work. I wonder which story the tabloids will run with." She clenches her teeth. "You can't poison this, Nate. Not this time." He raises an eyebrow. "Watch me." Before he can say more, Kira arrives, practically shoving him aside. "Move!" she snaps, her voice low. Then she turns to Hazel, ignoring Nate's predatory grin. "You okay?" Hazel's heart pounds. A swirl of anger and fear grips her. "I need to find Alex," she mutters. Kira nods, leading Hazel away from Nate's spiteful presence. They wind down a backstage corridor, where a few straggling stagehands and performers congratulate Hazel. She politely nods, but keeps moving, scanning for Alex. She spots him near a side exit, slipping away from the throng. Adrenaline surging, she rushes to him, catching his arm before he can disappear outside. He turns, surprise flickering across his face. "Hazel?" She breathes heavily. "What are you doing? Everyone's looking for you. There's a million congratulations to be had." The words tumble out breathless. "I needed air," he explains, glancing toward the exit. "It's overwhelming." Hazel studies him for a moment. "Is this about me? Or the composition? Or everything we haven't said?" Alex's shoulders sag, a weary vulnerability. "Part of me never believed this would happen," he admits. "You, on stage, playing my music, applauded by so many people who once overlooked me. It's surreal." She places her violin case on the floor and steps closer. "Then let it be real. Let this be the moment you finally acknowledge how extraordinary you are." He lowers his gaze. "I can't help feeling like you're in love with the music, not the man behind it." The corridor feels like a quiet echo chamber, the muffled claps and chatter of the gala drifting from afar. Hazel lifts a trembling hand, brushes it against Alex's cheek. "I won't lie. The music is a part of you, and it's what first spoke to me, even before I had the sense to listen. But over these past weeks," she hesitates, tears brimming, "I realized it's you I see when the music stops. It's you I ache, for when I'm not holding my violin. I love what you create, but I love who you are more." Alex's breath catches, doubt wars with longing in his eyes. "Hazel?" She silences him by resting her forehead against his. A wave of relief washes through her as he leans into the contact. Then, with delicate care, she steps back just enough to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry it took me this long." He closes his eyes, exhaling as though letting go of years of pent-up emotion. "I've wanted to hear those words for so long." His voice is unsteady. "I was convinced it'd never happen." Hazel smiles through her tears. "If it's too late, tell me now." Instead of answering, Alex pulls her into a tentative hug. She melts against him, the shape of his arms around her feeling like the home she never knew she needed. The distant sound of applause continues behind them, but here, in this quiet hallway, they share a different symphony, a duet of hearts finally in tune. Kira appears at the end of the corridor, noticing their embrace. She steps back, a soft smile curving her lips. Quietly she slips away, letting them have their moment. Years later, Hazel Warner and Alex Peterson sit side by side in a high-ceilinged concert hall in Vienna. The stage is set for a performance, with spectators chatting excitedly in hushed tones. Hazel holds her violin, leaning into Alex with effortless intimacy. Their world tours have garnered both of them acclaim. Alex, once an overlooked pianist, is now recognised as a brilliant composer in his own right. Hazel, once disgraced, has risen from the ashes with the authenticity that only heartbreak and redemption can bring. A journalist from a European music magazine takes a seat beside them for a brief interview, flipping through her notes. She looks at Hazel. "You're known worldwide for your electrifying performances, but in your own words, what inspires you the most?" Hazel glances at Alex, a gentle laugh escaping. Gentle, her. "I used to think I played music for the entire world's approval, but I realise now I was always playing for him." She squeezes Alex's hand. "And once I understood that, everything changed." The journalist turns to Alex. "And you, Mr. Peterson? What's it like to compose for such a celebrated violinist, and to share more than just a stage?" He offers a thoughtful smile. "It's like having your heart walking round outside your body, weaving your notes into magic. There's nothing quite like it." The journalist jots down a few more comments, then leaves them with a warm goodbye. As the audience begins to fill in, Hazel and Alex steal a final moment of quiet. She leans her head on his shoulder. They step onto the stage together, a married couple now, and an even stronger musical partnership. The lights dim, and a hush falls over the audience. Alex takes his seat at the piano. Hazel positions the violin beneath her chin, meeting his eyes with a look that says, "I hear you, always." The first note resonates through the hall, and it's clear to everyone listening that this music is born of two hearts that once ran parallel, never touching. Now, at last, they converge in perfect harmony, and somewhere, in the quiet corners of their souls, they remember the years of distance, the heartbreak, the unspoken dedications. For them, the journey wasn't just about reclaiming a career or proving a tabloid wrong. It was about finally discovering that what they truly needed was to recognise the love that had been in front of them all along. Patient, unwavering, ready to be embraced. They play on, each measure speaking of second chances and the beauty that comes from letting yourself be seen, not just in the glow of the stage lights, but in the silent dawn of everyday life. And as the music swells to its final chord, one truth stands above all else. Some compositions are written not just for the world, but for the one who finally hears your heart. Lifeboat number 6. The great ship groaned. It was a sound that went beyond the ears, a low metallic agony that vibrated in the very marrow of Marguerite Maggie Devereaux. Only moments ago she'd been a whirlwind of silk and laughter. a bright bird preening for the grand dining room of the RMS Titanic. Now her velvet cloak was ripped, her hair escaping its meticulously pinned chignon in a wild halo of mahogany curls. She was a woman reduced to her most fundamental form, a terrified, desperate animal clinging to a rapidly vanishing life. Maggie, the darling of Denver society, a creature whose every moment was defined by the security of wealth and the bravado of youth, felt her meticulously constructed world splintering into a million icy shards. Just breathe. Just stay on your feet. Don't let them see you're afraid. A Devereaux is never afraid. She chanted the mantra to herself, a hollow echo of her father's proud words. But the fear was a living thing, a cold serpent coiling in her gut, and it choked her with the acrid scent of salt water and coal smoke. The deck beneath her feet tilted at an impossible angle, a grotesque funhouse floor. The roar of escaping steam from the great funnels was a primeval scream, a sound of such titanic fury it felt as though the very heavens were being torn apart. Amid the din, the splintering crack of wood and the desperate human cries created a symphony of terror. Above it all, the glittering, mocking lights of the ship hung like a celestial necklace against a black, star-dusted sky, seemed to be plunging headfirst into a velvet abyss. Maggie, jostled by a panicked crowd, was pressed inexorably towards a lifeboat. Her innate confidence, a carefully cultivated shell of brash wit and easy charm, was cracking. She had never been a small woman, but here she felt as insignificant as a doll. A Devereaux never pushed, never scrambled. They glided, they commanded, but in this moment Maggie was merely cargo being swept along in a human tide. She stumbled, regaining her footing, her hand clutching desperately at the railing as the deck lurched again. She saw it then, the stark black silhouette of Lifeboat No. 6, swinging low and menacing over the freezing North Atlantic. The sight of the boat was an anchor, a promise of survival, and a fresh wave of adrenaline pulsed through her, wiping away the last vestiges of her cultured facade. A few yards away, a man stood apart from the pandemonium. He was tall and lean in the uniform of a British naval officer, though Maggie knew from the pre-sailing passenger list that he was travelling as a civilian. William Kent was his name. He was a man of quiet angles and sharp edges, his jaw set in a line of stoic resolve. He was directing the loading of the lifeboat with a chilling, detached calm, his training kicking in as surely as an instinct. His hands, gloved in white, moved with a steady, unhurried purpose, helping a frantic mother and her child into the boat, his voice a low, calming presence in the roiling darkness. "Steady on," he said to a man whose terror had made him clumsy, one foot in front of the other. "That's it." He was a man of duty, a man of order, even as his world too was collapsing. His face was a mask of concentration, his gaze fixed on the task, but Maggie saw the slight tremor in his jaw, the flicker of steel in his eyes, and knew that beneath the calm lay a coiled and terrible tension. There was no melodrama in him, no grand pronouncements, just a quiet, unflinching resolve. And then everything happened at once. A fresh lurch of the ship, more violent than any before, ripped Maggie's hand from the railing. She stumbled, cried out, and was caught in the crush of a wave of people desperately trying to reach the lifeboat. She was airborne for a single breathless moment, and then she fell, tumbling head over heels into the boat. She landed in a heap, her cheek scraped, her ribs aching, but she was in. She was safe. She lay there, dazed, gasping for air, clutching at the rough wooden planks beneath her. She felt the heavy weight of a man's body settle against her, his firm hands holding her in place. She looked up, and her eyes, still wide with terror, met his. It was William Kent. He was looking at her, not with pity, but with a gaze so intense it felt like a physical touch. His eyes were the colour of the dark, freezing sea, fathomless and grave, and for a fleeting, eternal moment, time stopped. The roar of the steam, the splintering of the wood, the cries of the dying, it all faded into a distant hum. There was only the low groan of the ship and the two of them, held in that instant of shared, raw humanity. Maggie Devereux, the socialite who had never known a moment of genuine fear, and William Kent, the naval officer who had trained for every possible outcome, were together, cast adrift in a world of ice and death, united by the most improbable of sparks. The cries from the sinking ship had, at last, faded into the deep silence of the North Atlantic. The rhythmic splash of oars and the chattering of teeth were the only sounds now, a counterpoint to the terrifying calm that had replaced the roar of the disaster. Maggie, no longer just a spectator, had found an oar. Her hands, unaccustomed to such labour, ached with a dull, throbbing pain, but a fierce, almost defiant determination had taken root in her. She had shed the last of her velvet cloak in the lifeboat, and with it the last pretence of her former life. Now she rowed. Her movements were clumsy at first, a raw, uncoordinated effort born of a desperate need to survive. She watched the man across from her, his movements economical and strong, and tried to mimic him. "You're using too much of your arms," William said, his voice a low, calm rumble in the darkness. "Let your back do the work. Lean into it. That's it. Conserve your strength." He spoke with the quiet authority of a commander, but there was no arrogance in it, only a simple, undeniable truth. He was a man accustomed to leading, and in this small world of the lifeboat crammed full with frightened souls, he was the centre of a fragile new order. Maggie, stripped of her own authority, found herself yielding to his. She adjusted her rhythm, feeling her back muscles tense and flex, and soon fell into a steady, almost meditative rhythm. The shared work, the unspoken trust between them, began to forge a new kind of intimacy, one born not of flirtation or wit, but of sheer, undeniable need. As the night wore on, a new silence, one of shared vulnerability and quiet fear, settled over the lifeboat. The cold seeped into their bones, but the rhythm of their conversation began to generate a different kind of warmth. Maggie, whose life had been a series of witty quips and charming anecdotes, found herself talking about things that mattered. She spoke of her boisterous, loving family in Denver, her father's larger-than-life personality, and her own wild, untamed spirit, a spirit that had chafed against the confines of polite society. She spoke of her love for riding through the wide open spaces of the American West, of the sheer, unadulterated freedom of it. William in turn spoke of his own life, a quieter, more regimented one. He was a man of duty, of honour, a man who believed in order and consequence. He spoke of his time as a naval cadet, of the rigid discipline that had shaped him, of the unspoken code of honour that governed his world. He spoke too of a lost love, a quiet English girl he had courted for years, a girl who had died of a fever while he was at sea. The story was told without drama, but in its stark simplicity, Maggie heard a history of deep, enduring grief. He had loved her, he said, because she represented all that was steady and good in the world, the quiet anchor that he believed a man needed. When he had finished, he fell silent, staring up at the indifferent, star-filled canopy above them. In that moment, Maggie saw the emotional armour he wore, the wall he had built around his heart to protect it from the chaos of life. She, who had once prided herself on her fearlessness, recognised in him a far deeper and more terrifying courage, the courage to stand alone in the face of an insurmountable loss. They rode on, side by side, their hands raw, their bodies cold, but their souls finding a strange, unexpected closeness. The creak of the oarlocks, the taste of salt on their lips, the shared warmth of a threadbare blanket. These were the anchors of their new reality. Maggie, with a boldness born of the moment, reached out and touched his hand on the oar. He did not pull away. His gaze, once so detached, was now turned to her, and in its fathomless depths she saw a flicker of something new, a nascent understanding, a fragile thread of connection that had somehow survived the sinking of the world. She had never been so vulnerable, and yet in this small, crowded boat in the middle of a vast and frozen ocean, she had never felt so seen. The decks of the rescue ship, the Carpathia, were a new world, a stark contrast to the small, intimate cosmos of Lifeboat No. 6. The chaotic calm of survival had given way to a dawning, terrible reality. The air, once filled with the rhythmic creak of oars and the hushed tones of shared secrets, now held the pervasive scent of hot coffee and the low, mournful murmur of the grieving. It was here, in the relative safety of a new and ordered world, that the chasm between Maggie Devereux and William Kent began to appear. Maggie, her brash confidence returning in the warmth of the ship, was a magnet for the other survivors. She moved among them with a renewed vivacity, her natural charisma drawing out stories, offering comfort, and becoming, in her way, a small centre of light in the ship's sombre atmosphere. She found herself surrounded by people who spoke her language, whose world she understood instinctively. They were alive, and that was all that mattered. "We're alive," she said to a woman from her deck, a fellow American socialite whose glittering dress she had once envied. That's all that matters now. She wore a borrowed dress, simple and practical, and her hair was still a wild, untamed mess, but her spirit was once again buoyant, her wit a bright, flashing thing. The chaos had stripped her, but it had not broken her. She was a creature of the sunlight, a woman who needed the noise and bustle of the world to be herself. Her energy, born of her fierce will to live, was contagious, and others clung to it, finding in her a momentary respite from their own grief. William, in contrast, was a man retreating. He stood apart, maintaining a stoic reserve that was a world away from the intimacy of the lifeboat. He was a quiet, internal man, a man of duty, and the public spectacle of the survivors was alien to him. He was a creature of the shadows, of quiet order, and in the bright, chaotic light of the Carpathia, he felt himself withdrawing. He saw Maggie in her element, her eyes bright with a kind of feverish joy, and felt the return of his own emotional reserve, a cold, protective shell he had long cultivated. The bond forged in the lifeboat, an unspoken understanding born of shared fear and struggle, felt thin and fragile, a thing of the night that might not survive the light of day. They found a brief, stolen moment together on the crowded deck, the wind whipping at their clothes, the wail of the ship's foghorn a lonely sound in the mist. Maggie, reaching out to him, found him distant, his gaze fixed on the endless grey of the sea. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice low and hesitant, a far cry from the booming confidence of her public self. "I am fine," he said, and his voice was clipped, polite, a stranger's voice. He looked at her, his eyes cold and grave, and for a moment she felt a chill deeper than the ocean's touch. He saw in her a creature of light, of careless, boisterous life, and felt the return of his old wound, the fear of attachment, the pain of a love that had ended in death. "She is a creature of sunlight," his inner voice whispered, a refrain echoing in the classic literary style of his guarded heart. "I belong to the shadows." As they approached New York Harbor, the sight of the Statue of Liberty through the mist was a promise of a new life, a new world. To Maggie, it was a symbol of her own wild, untamed spirit, a fierce, glorious promise of a future she would shape herself. To William, it was a beacon of a world he did not understand, a world of chaos and sentiment that he had long been trained to fear. They stood together on the deck side by side, but the ocean that had brought them together now felt like an impassable chasm. The unspoken connection, the fragile, beautiful thing they had found in the heart of the frozen sea, seemed to have shattered with the first light of day. The fire crackled in the hearth of Maggie's Denver parlour, its dancing light the only illumination in the room. Months had passed since the sinking, months during which Maggie had tried to bury the memories of that night, to lose herself in the bustling, confident rhythm of a new life, a life built on the foundations of old certainties. She was a woman of position, of privilege, but the memory of the lifeboat, of the quiet man with the fathomless eyes, remained a raw, unhealed wound in her soul. A knock came at the door, sharp and unexpected. Maggie, startled from her reverie, rose to answer it herself. Standing on her porch, framed by the cold twilight of a Colorado evening, was William Kent. He was out of uniform, his clothes those of a civilian, but the stoic resolve of the naval officer was etched in every line of his body. He was determined, his usual reserve stripped away by a terrible fear, the fear of a love that had been forged in a crucible of ice and was now threatened by the light of day. "William," she said, her voice a ghost of its former self, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "Maggie," he said, and the word was a plea, a confession, a prayer. He came in, leaving the door open to the cold, and they stood in the silent parlour, the firelight casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The intimacy of the lifeboat, of shared suffering and hushed confessions, rushed back, a powerful, palpable force in the quiet room. They talked for hours, long into the night. They spoke of the unspoken, of the fragile, terrified bond they had formed in the open sea. They acknowledged the depth of the connection, the raw, undeniable attraction that had transcended the icy horror surrounding them. He told her of his months of restless nights, of trying to forget a woman who was a creature of sunlight, and failing. She confessed her own struggle, her attempts to return to a life of cheerful ease, a life that now felt thin and false. He moved to her then, drawn by an irresistible force, his usual stoicism a distant memory. The fire crackled and spit, the only witness to their reckoning. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and traced the line of her jaw, his touch sending a shiver through her, a current of longing that left her breathless. He had kissed her once on the deck of the Carpathia, a brief, desperate kiss of a world ending. This was different. This was a kiss of a world beginning. He leaned in, and his mouth, once a firm, guarded line, met hers. It was not a kiss of desperate urgency, but a slow, deliberate tenderness, a silent promise of a love that had been waiting, smouldering in the dark for months. His hands moved to her hair, his fingers tangling in the soft curls, freeing them from their pins and brushes, letting them fall in a wild cascade around her face. Her hands came up to cup his face, her thumbs stroking his cheeks, tracing the sharp, proud line of his bone structure. The kiss deepened, becoming more insistent, a wordless conversation of need and desire. His mouth became a demand, a reverent exploration of her. He kissed her like a man possessed by a beautiful and terrible hunger. Clothes were shed with a sense of ceremony, of unveiling something sacred. Skin met skin in a heated rush, a silent, breathless communion. He laid her back on the thick fur rug in front of the fire, his body a warm, solid weight against hers. His eyes, fixed on hers, held a silent question in their depths. She answered with a soft gasp, a slight arch of her back, a silent plea for more. His hand slid lower, exploring her with a mixture of reverence and hunger, his touch sending a tremor of pleasure through her. He moved within her slowly at first, his eyes never leaving hers, savouring the way her body arched and trembled beneath his touch, then faster as their shared need consumed them in waves of pleasure. He gave himself to her with a completeness she had never known, his body a language of shared trauma and shared survival, of a love that was forged in the heart of a frozen sea. She clung to him with a hiss of wonder that was almost awe, her body quivering, unconscious and alive, like plasm. They moved as one, a symphony of touch and taste and scent, their breaths coming in a rhythmic counterpoint to the crackling fire. He pulled her into a slow, deliberate embrace, their eyes locked, and she answered with a soft gasp, a silent arch of her back, a plea for more. He moved within her, a slow, rhythmic dance that built in intensity, until they were a single, breathless, shuddering communion. Their bodies spoke a language of their own, a language of a love that was born in the heart of a frozen sea and had bloomed into something eternal. He felt her frenzy, her wild, passionate activity, and responded in kind, a deep and powerful giving that spoke of a surrender to a love as vast and terrifying as the ocean that had brought them together. In this raw, vulnerable intimacy, Maggie felt the last of her old self melt away, and a new woman, unafraid of her own desires, emerged in the firelight. After the breathless climax, he did not recede, but remained intertwined with her, his presence a warm, steady beat against her heart. She felt a profound, beautiful vulnerability, and tears of pure wonder streamed silently down her face. He held her close, his embrace a silent promise of forever, and in the quiet of the room she knew with every fibre of her being that she was not alone. Their love, born of desperation and forged in the heart of a frozen sea, was a thing of truth and magnificent beauty. The Denver sun, wild and untamed as the landscape it illuminated, streamed through the windows of Maggie and William's new home. It was a sprawling house, filled with the warmth of loving chaos, and it was here, amidst the wild beauty of the American West, that their love found its footing. William, having resigned his commission, had made a new life for himself. The man who had once believed so fiercely in order and discipline had found a different kind of peace in the beautiful, boisterous world Maggie had introduced him to. His love for her was a grounding force, a quiet anchor in the untamed landscape of a life lived for passion, not duty. He was a man of the shadows, but with Maggie he had stepped into the light. Maggie in turn had found a new sense of purpose. Her brash spirit, once a mask for a deep-seated vulnerability, was now tempered by a newfound emotional depth. She had discovered in herself a well of strength she never knew she possessed, and her love for William allowed her to be both strong and soft, both brash and tender. They were married in a small, intimate ceremony, surrounded by Maggie's boisterous, loving family. The wedding was a testament to the life they had built together, a life of honest love and quiet courage, a life that had been born in a lifeboat and had bloomed in the open air of the West. Months later they stood on the porch of their new home, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The scent of pine and sagebrush was thick on the air, and the feel of the rough-hewn wood of the porch railing beneath their hands was a physical reminder of the solid world they had built together. William wrapped his arms around her from behind, his hands resting on her belly. He held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against his, feeling the steady beat of her heart, a rhythm that was now his own. "I never thought I could be this happy," he said, his voice a low rumble against her ear. Maggie leaned back against him, her head resting on his shoulder. The endless star-filled sky stretched out before them, a constant presence in their darkest moments, and a reminder of the vast, miraculous universe in which they had found each other. "I knew," she said, her voice soft and full of a quiet certainty. "From the moment you pulled me into that lifeboat, I knew." He turned her in, his arms, his eyes searching hers, his gaze dark and tender, and full of a promise that made her heart ache. "I love you, Maggie Devereaux," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "And I," she said, her voice catching, "love you, William Kent." He kissed her then, a kiss that was both a promise and a prayer, a testament to a love that was not born of fear, but of a shared and desperate hope. In the heart of a frozen sea, they had found a warmth that defied the cold, and in the light of a new day they had found a love that defied the odds, a love that was and is and always will be their lifeboat. Beyond the horizon of time. Louis Doyle's fingers danced across the console of Astralis 5, the experimental spacecraft's cabin humming with the quiet intensity of cutting-edge technology. The holographic displays cast a blue glow across his features as he ran through the pre-jump checklist for the third time. At 32, he had already logged more test flights than pilots twice his age, but today's mission carried stakes that made his palms sweat beneath his flight gloves. Reading normal on all fractal alignment matrices, called Malcolm Park from the co-pilot's chair. At 35, Malcolm's salt and pepper temples betrayed the stress of their profession, but his eyes still held the eager spark that had drawn Louis to him as a friend and colleague years ago. Malcolm, if these calculations are even slightly off. "They're not," Malcolm interrupted, shooting Louis a knowing look. "I triple-checked them myself. We'll be back in time for Sophia's ultrasound, tomorrow." The mention of his wife and their unborn daughter brought a smile to Louis's face. The image of Sophia that morning flashed in his mind, standing in their kitchen, her honey-brown hair catching the sunlight, one hand resting on her swollen belly while the other held their 3-year-old son Oliver on her hip. "Promise you'll be careful," she had whispered against his lips as they parted. "Emma and I will be waiting for you." "Initiating fractal expansion sequence," Louis announced into his comm, pushing the thought away. "Quantum space-time dynamics. This is Astralis 5. We are go for FTL jump in T-minus 60 seconds. The response from Mission Control was immediate. "Copy that, Astralis 5. All systems are nominal. Proceed with jump protocol." Louis exchanged a glance with Malcolm. "Ready to make history?" Malcolm grinned. "Just another day at the office." But it wasn't. If successful, this would be the first human-piloted craft to achieve true faster-than-light travel using the revolutionary fractal expansion drive. The technology promised to compress the space ahead of the vessel while expanding it behind, creating a sort of bubble that could slip between the conventional laws of physics. "Fractal field generator at maximum capacity," Louis reported, watching the readings climb. "Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1. He pressed the activation sequence and the universe seemed to hold its breath. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then reality itself appeared to fold around them, stars stretching into impossible lines of light, the blackness of space rippling like disturbed water. "Field stabilization holding at 98%, Malcolm called out, his voice strained with concentration. Wait, Louis, I'm getting anomalous readings in the navigation array." Louis's fingers flew across the controls. "What kind of anomalous?" "The fractal pattern is destabilizing. It's like something's pulling at the edges of our field," a warning klaxon blared through the cabin as red indicators flooded the displays. Louis felt his stomach drop as he recognized what was happening. "Gravitational interference," he muttered, then louder. "Malcolm, we're being pulled off course. There's a massive gravity well directly in our modified path." Malcolm's face paled as he pulled up the stellar charts. "Bayer BH1, we're being drawn toward a black hole." The next moments were chaos as they fought to regain control of their trajectory. The ship's engines whined in protest as Louis pushed them beyond their designed limits, attempting to break free from the inexorable pull. "Thrusters failing," Malcolm shouted over the growing cacophony of alarms. "Field integrity dropping below 60%. Louis made a desperate decision. "We need to shut down the fractal drive and attempt a conventional emergency jump out of here." As his fingers moved to execute the command, a strange calm settled over him. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into minutes. Through the viewport he could see the terrible beauty of Bayer BH1, a perfect circle of absolute darkness rimmed with the ghostly light of dying stars being consumed. "Louis," Malcolm's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Something's happening to our chronometric readings. The time dilation effect is..." Before Malcolm could finish, a blinding flash of light engulfed the cabin. When Louis could see again, a new presence appeared on their sensors, an unknown vessel, its design unlike anything in Earth's registry. It moved with impossible grace, positioning itself between Australis 5 and the black hole. "Are they helping us?" Malcolm whispered. As if in answer, their communications array lit up with an incoming data packet. Not words or images, but pure mathematics. Equations of such complexity and elegance that Louis felt a chill run down his spine. "It's a correction to our fractal field formula," he realised with sudden clarity. "They're showing us how to compensate for the gravitational distortion." Working with frantic precision, Louis integrated the new calculations into their navigation system. The alien vessel maintained its position, seemingly holding back the full force of the black hole's pull. "Field reforming," Malcolm reported, wonder in his voice. "Fractal integrity at 105%. How is that even possible?" Louis didn't answer, focusing entirely on executing their escape. With the alien mathematics guiding their path, Australis 5 slipped free of the gravitational well and made the jump back toward Earth. The return journey seemed deceptively normal. Their instruments showed they'd been gone for less than 6 hours, enough time for some concern at mission control but nothing catastrophic. It wasn't until they approached Earth orbital space that the truth became clear. "Louis," Malcolm's voice cracked as he stared at the dating display. "According to mission control, we've been gone for 52 years." Louis felt the world fall away beneath him. 52 years. Sophia would be 78 now, Oliver 55, and Emma, his unborn daughter, would be 52 years old, older than he was. As Australis 5 docked with the gleaming orbital station that hadn't existed when they left, Louis stared out at an Earth that looked both familiar and alien. The blue-green marble still spun serenely below, but new orbital structures and unfamiliar spacecraft patterns told of decades of advancement. "What do we do now?" Malcolm asked quietly. Louis unbuckled his harness with numb fingers. "We go home," he said, "whatever's left of it." The descent to Earth felt surreal. Louis stared out the shuttle window at the transformed skyline of New Seattle, where impossibly tall structures of transparent materials caught the sunlight like crystalline forests. Air traffic moved in precise three-dimensional patterns that would have been chaos in his time but now seemed to follow some intricate dance only these future pilots understood. The medical and psychological evaluations had taken 3 days. 3 days of poking, prodding, scanning, and endless questions while he and Malcolm tried to grasp the enormity of what had happened. The time dilation effect near Bayer BH1 had slowed their subjective experience to a crawl while decades rushed by on Earth. They were living relics, perfectly preserved specimens from the 2120s. "Your cellular structure shows no abnormalities," the chief medical officer had explained, her eyes constantly darting to a neural interface rather than meeting Lewis's gaze directly. "Physically, you're both exactly as you were when you left. Your chronological age is 84, but biologically you're still 32. Now, as the shuttle descended toward the landing pad of what had once been downtown Seattle, Louis clutched a small holographic projector in his hand. It contained the current information about his family, data that the officials had, reluctantly provided after his insistence. Sophia was alive. She had remarried 15 years after his disappearance to a man named Thomas Mathies. They'd had no children together, but Thomas had helped raise Oliver and Emma. Thomas had passed away 7 years ago. Sophia now lived in a life extension community in what used to be called Bellevue. Oliver was married with 3 children and 4 grandchildren. Emma had married twice, with 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Louis had 11 grandchildren he had never met, some of whom were now older than he was. The shuttle touched down with barely a whisper, and Louis stepped out into a world he no longer knew. A sleek transport pod waited to take him to Sophia. Malcolm had family to find as well, a younger sister who was now an elderly woman living in Tokyo. "We'll meet soon," Malcolm had promised before they parted. "We're probably the only people in the world who understand what the other is going through." The transport pod moved silently through the city, its automated systems requiring no input from Louis. He watched the unfamiliar landscape blur by, catching glimpses of everyday life in 2107. People dressed in fabrics that seemed to shift and change with their movements. Many had visible tech integrated into their bodies, subtle glowing lines beneath the skin, eyes with pupils that adjusted mechanically, hands with extra digits that looked both natural and artificial. When the pod finally stopped, Louis found himself before a sprawling complex of elegant buildings integrated with the natural landscape. Trees grew through and around structures in a harmony of design that would have been impossible in his time. A young woman, perhaps in her 20s, waited at the entrance. Her professional smile and the subtle glow of interface tech at her temples marked her as staff. "Captain Doyle," she greeted him. "I'm Mira. I'll be facilitating your reunion with Mrs. Mathis Doyle. She's been informed of your arrival and is waiting in the garden pavilion." Louis followed Mira through winding paths lined with flowers he couldn't name, and trees engineered to bloom year-round. His heart hammered against his ribs. How do you face a woman you said goodbye to yesterday, who has lived more than half a century since then? The pavilion appeared ahead, a graceful structure of living wood and transparent panels that caught the afternoon light. And there, seated in a hover chair near a small fountain, was Sophia. Time had etched deep lines into her face and turned her honey-brown hair to silver, but her eyes, those eyes that had looked at him with love just days ago in his timeline, were unmistakably hers. They widened as he approached, her weathered hand lifting to cover her mouth. "Louis," she whispered, the single word carrying 5 decades of grief, acceptance, and shock. Louis dropped to his knees beside her chair, words failing him entirely. His wife, yet not his wife anymore, reached out, with trembling fingers to touch his face. "They told me, but I couldn't believe it," she said, her voice stronger than he had expected. "You haven't changed at all." "Sophia, Louis began, but what could he possibly say? "I'm sorry I disappeared for 52 years. I still love you as if I saw you yesterday." Instead, tears came, hot and unexpected. Sophia's hand cupped his cheek, her touch both familiar and strange. "Oh, my dear Louis, what a cruel trick time has played on us both." They talked for hours as the sun moved across the sky. Sophia told him of the years after his disappearance, the grief, the long wait, the eventual acceptance. She spoke of raising their children alone until meeting Thomas, a kind man who never tried to replace Louis but instead honoured his memory. "Oliver was so angry when I decided to marry again," she recalled with a sad smile. "He was 8 by then, and he had convinced himself you were coming back any day. Emma was easier, she only knew you, from stories and pictures." Louis listened, trying to piece together the lives that had continued without him. Will they see me? Sophia nodded. Emma is coming tomorrow. She's been the most open to this. Oliver, she hesitated. Oliver needs more time. This is difficult for him in ways I think neither of us can fully understand. As evening approached, Sophia grew tired. Her caretaker, a man with subtle mechanical augmentations, appeared to take her back to her residence. "We've prepared accommodations for you here in the community," Mira informed Louis. "Mrs. Mathis Doyle requested you stay close." That night, alone in a room designed for comfort but feeling utterly alien, Louis stared out at the unfamiliar stars. Light pollution had been nearly eliminated, and the sky was clearer than he remembered. Even the constellations seemed slightly shifted, or perhaps it was just his perception that had changed. The next morning brought Emma. His daughter, the child he had never held, stood before him as a woman of 52, her eyes Sophia's but her jawline unmistakably his own. She approached cautiously, studying him with an intensity that made him want to look away. "My whole life," she said finally. "I've seen your pictures, heard stories about you, but they never said how young you'd be." Her voice caught. "You're younger than my youngest son." Louis stood awkwardly, unsure if he should embrace her or keep his distance. "I don't know what to say, Emma. In my mind, you're still—" He gestured vaguely toward her midsection. A smile broke through her reserve. "Still unborn? Well, I did turn out rather well, if I do say so myself." She stepped forward and, after a moment's hesitation, wrapped her arms around him. "Welcome home, Dad, even if it's not the home you left." Over the next weeks, Louis met most of his grandchildren. Some approached him with curiosity, others with wariness. To them he was both family and stranger, a figure from history, books suddenly animated and walking among them. Ethan, Emma's youngest at 24, showed the most interest. "It's like meeting a time traveller," he enthused during one visit, peppering Louis with questions about life in the 20s that made Louis realise just how much had changed. Olive remained distant, agreeing only to a brief video call where tension radiated through the connection. "I need more time," he said stiffly. 52 years wasn't enough to get over losing you. I can't just flip a switch because you've returned." As the weeks passed, Louis felt increasingly displaced. Sophia was kind, but the romantic love they had shared had transformed into something else. A gentle affection tinged with melancholy for what might have been. His children had lives fully formed without him. His grandchildren viewed him more as a curiosity than a grandfather. He had no place in this future, no job. His piloting skills, once cutting edge, were now hopelessly outdated. No purpose, beyond being a living reminder of a past most had forgotten. It was during this time of growing despair that Ethan arrived one day with a colleague. "Grandpa Lewis, this is Dr. Jasmine Patterson," Ethan said, introducing a striking woman with dark curls and keen, intelligent eyes. "She's a geneticist at the New Pacific Research Institute. She's been working on the longevity programs that keep Grandma Sophia and others so healthy into their later years." Jasmine extended her hand, her grip firm and confident. "Captain Doyle, your grandson hasn't stopped talking about you since your return. From a scientific perspective, your case is fascinating." Louis shook her hand, noting the lack of visible tech enhancements that had become so common. "Just Louis, please. I'm not sure Captain applies anymore." "Well, just Louis," she replied with a smile that transformed her serious demeanour. "I have about 1,000 questions for you, if you don't mind. Your unique temporal situation presents implications for my research that I never anticipated having the opportunity to explore." There was something refreshing about Jasmine's directness. Unlike others who tiptoed around him as if he might shatter, she looked at him with clear-eyed curiosity and, to his surprise, genuine interest in who he was rather than what had happened to him. "Ask away, Dr. Patterson," he found himself saying. "It's not like I have a busy social calendar these days." She laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to brighten the room. "Call me Jasmine, and don't worry. I won't subject you to all 1,000 questions today. Maybe just the first 100 or so." As they talked, something inside Louis began to stir, a feeling he had thought lost in the void of Bayer BH1. For the first time since his return, someone was looking at him not as a relic of the past, but as a man with a future. "You're avoiding the gravitational constant question," Jasmine accused, pointing her fork at Louis across the table of the small cafe that had become their regular meeting spot over the past month. Louis couldn't help but smile. "I'm not avoiding it. I'm just not convinced your theory about chronometric entropy makes sense." "That's because you're thinking in linear terms," she countered, her eyes bright with the thrill of intellectual challenge. "The mathematics we've developed since your departure suggest time isn't as straightforward as we once believed." Their debates had become the highlight of Lewis's weeks. What had begun as research interviews had evolved into something more. Conversations that range from the technical aspects of time dilation to philosophy, art, and the small details of daily life that reveal the true character of a changing world. Jasmine, at 25, represented the best of this new era. Brilliant and forward-thinking, yet with a respect for history that many of her peers lacked. Her work in longevity genetics had given her a unique perspective on time and aging that resonated with Louis' unusual situation. "Maybe I'm stuck thinking linearly," Louis admitted, watching the way the afternoon light played across her features. "In my mind, it still feels like 2125 was just a few months ago." Jasmine's expression softened. "How are things with your family? Has Oliver agreed to meet in person yet?" Louis shook his head. "Baby steps. He's agreed to bring his wife for a visit next month. His children, my grandchildren, are still keeping their distance. And Sophia? She's..." Louis paused, searching for the right words. "She's been wonderful. More understanding than I have any right to expect. But we both know we can't go back to what we were. Too much life has happened for her." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully. "Time creates different kinds of distance. Physical distance can be bridged, but temporal distance..." She trailed off, then reached across the table to touch his hand briefly. "I can't imagine how difficult this is for you." The simple gesture of comfort sent an unexpected warmth through Louis. He'd grown comfortable with Jasmine, but this was the first moment he recognised that his feelings might be evolving beyond friendship. The realisation troubled him deeply. How could he contemplate feelings for another woman when Sophia, his wife, the mother of his children, was still alive? The fact that over 50 years had passed for her but only months for him created an ethical and emotional quandary he hadn't prepared for. That evening Louis found himself walking the peaceful grounds of the life extension community, his thoughts in turmoil. He was so distracted that he nearly collided with Sophia, who was enjoying the evening air in her hover chair. "Louis," she greeted him with a knowing smile, "you look like a man carrying the weight of the universe. Walk with me." He fell into step beside her slow-moving chair, the familiar scent of the jasmine flowers she had always loved filling the air between them. The irony of the scent wasn't lost on him. "Ethan tells me you've been spending considerable time with Dr. Patterson," Sophia observed, after they had walked in silence for several minutes. Louis felt a flush of embarrassment, like a teenager caught passing notes in class. "She's been helping me understand this new world." "Is that all she's been helping you understand?" He stopped, turning to face the woman who'd been his wife in another lifetime. "Sophia, I would never..." "Louis Doyle, don't you dare finish that sentence," Sophia interrupted, her aged eyes flashing with the same spirit that had captivated him when they first met. "Do you think I expect you to live the rest of your life alone? You're 32 years old. And you're I'm 78, she finished for him. I've lived a full life, Louis. I've loved 2 good men. I've raised our children. I've held our grandchildren. And yes, I mourned you. Deeply and completely. Her voice softened. But I also moved forward, because that's what living requires. Louis knelt beside her chair. I still love you, Sophia. That hasn't changed for me. She reached out to stroke his cheek, her touch gentle. I know you do, my dear, and I love you. The you I remember, and the you kneeling before me now. But we both know it's not the same love we shared before. It can't be. Tears welled in Louis's eyes. I feel like I'm betraying you. No, Sophia said firmly. The only betrayal would be denying yourself the chance at happiness because of misplaced loyalty to a past that's gone for everyone but you. She took his hand, her grip still surprisingly strong. I've seen how you look when you talk about Jasmine. It reminds me of how Thomas used to look at me, like he couldn't quite believe his good fortune. Louis didn't know what to say. The wisdom of her words warred with the guilt that had taken root in his heart. The universe has already taken so much from you, Louis, Sophia continued. Don't let it take your future too. Their conversation stayed with Louis for days afterward. He went through the motions of his increasingly structured life, meetings with specialists helping him integrate into modern society, visits with Emma and her family, virtual reality sessions to update his piloting knowledge in case a suitable position became available. But his thoughts kept returning to Jasmine, and to Sophia's blessing that felt both liberating and terrifying. When Jasmine called to invite him to a symposium on quantum temporal mechanics, Louis nearly declined. But Sophia's words echoed in his mind. Don't let it take your future too. I'd be delighted, he heard himself say instead. The symposium was held in what had once been the Seattle Art Museum, now transformed into a combined cultural and scientific hub. As Louis and Jasmine entered the grand hall, he became acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. By now, the story of Australis V and its time-displaced pilots had become public knowledge, making Louis something of a reluctant celebrity. Ignore them, Jasmine murmured, seeming to sense his discomfort. They'll find some new fascination next week. The lectures were largely beyond Lewis's understanding, despite his background in aerospace engineering. The field had advanced so dramatically that he often felt like a student from the medieval era, trying to comprehend quantum physics. But watching Jasmine in her element, asking incisive questions, debating points with the presenters, her face animated with the joy of scientific discovery, stirred something profound in him. She was fully present in her time, embracing its challenges and possibilities with an enthusiasm that made him ashamed of his own reluctance to do the same. After the symposium, they walked along the waterfront where eco-restoration projects had transformed what had been a deteriorating shoreline in Louis's time into a vibrant ecosystem. The Puget Sound glittered under the moonlight, cleaner and more alive than he remembered. You know, Jasmine said as they paused to watch a pod of bioluminescent jellyfish pulse beneath the surface. The first time Ethan told me about you, I thought he was exaggerating. The test pilot grandfather who disappeared into a black hole and came back 50 years later without aging a day? It sounded like a plot from those ancient science fiction novels my father collects. Louis chuckled. Sometimes I still hope I'll wake up and find it was all just a dream, that I'm back in 2125, and Sophia is young and Oliver is still a toddler. Jasmine turned to face him, her expression serious in the moonlight. Would you really want that? To erase everything that's happened? The question caught him off guard. I don't know. A few months ago I would have said yes without hesitation. And now? Louis looked out at the water, considering. Now I think about what Sophia told me, about the life she built, the happiness she found even after losing me. I think about Emma, who never knew me but became this incredible woman anyway. And I think—" He hesitated, then turned to meet Jasmine's gaze. "I think about the people I wouldn't have met if things had happened differently." Something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of feelings that had been growing despite both their efforts to maintain professional boundaries. "Louis," Jasmine began, her voice uncharacteristically uncertain, "I need to be clear about something. I didn't continue our meetings just for my research." "I know," he said softly. "This is complicated. You have history, literal history, that I can't possibly compete with." Louis shook his head. "It's not a competition, Jasmine. The past is the past, even if for me it feels like present. But I can't live there anymore." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle and questioning, a kiss that asked permission rather than presumed it. To his relief and joy, she responded, her hand coming up to rest against his chest. When they parted, Jasmine's smile held a hint of wonder. "Well, now I can tell people I've kissed a man from another time." Louis laughed, the sound surprising him with its freedom. "Is that going in your research notes, Dr. Patterson?" "Definitely," she replied with mock seriousness, "under extremely promising developments." Their budding relationship was not without complications. When news reached Louis's family, reactions were mixed. Emma expressed cautious support, while Oliver, during their long-awaited in-person meeting, reacted with stunned disbelief. "She's younger than I am," he pointed out during their tense lunch. "She's younger than your grandchildren." "Chronologically, yes," Louis acknowledged. "But Oliver, I'm not the father you remember. I'm not even the man who would have been your father if I'd stayed. He struggled for the words. "I'm someone new, trying to find my place in this time." Oliver's wife, Jana, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Oliver, remember what we discussed. Your father didn't choose this." Oliver's expression remained troubled, but he nodded slowly. "I just need time to adjust to all of this. First you returned from the dead, and now you're dating someone barely out of university." "She has 2 PhDs, Louis felt compelled to point out, then added more gently, "and she makes me happy, son. After everything, don't you think we all deserve a little happiness?" The question seemed to reach something in Oliver that Louis's other attempts had not. His son's rigid posture softened slightly. "I suppose we do," he conceded. "Just be patient with me, okay? I'm still trying to reconcile the father from my childhood memories with the man sitting across from me." "I can do patient," Louis promised. "I've got time." The irony of his statement made them both smile, breaking the tension. Jasmine faced her own challenges, her parents, while, welcoming to Louis, worried their daughter was setting herself up for heartbreak. "He's still processing a massive trauma," her mother pointed out during a family dinner, "and eventually he'll have to make peace with his original family. Where does that leave you?" "I don't know," Jasmine admitted honestly, "but I'm not asking for certainty. I'm just following what feels right." As winter turned to spring, Louis and Jasmine settled into a relationship that defied conventional categorization. They were partners in exploring, he learning a new world, she seeing her familiar one through fresh eyes. The gap in their chronological ages became less relevant than their shared curiosity and growing affection. One afternoon, as they picnicked in a floating garden that drifted above Lake Washington, one of the marvels of 2007's architectural innovations, Jasmine broached a subject they had been circling for weeks. "The New Pacific Institute is funding an expedition to Europa," she said, trying to sound casual but unable to hide her excitement. "They're looking for specialists in extreme environment adaptation, which is basically what I've been studying for the past 3 years." Louis set down his glass of synthesized wine, another modern innovation he'd grown to appreciate. "Europa? Jupiter's moon?" She nodded. "The subsurface ocean has shown remarkable potential for supporting modified human habitation. We're talking about establishing the first permanent research base. The implications were clear. How long would you be gone? 3 years Earth time, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. But here's the thing. They need a pilot with experience in gravitational anomalies. The Jupiter system is tricky to navigate even with AI assistance. Your experience with Bayer BH1 makes you uniquely qualified. Louis stared at her, stunned. Are you saying... I'm saying, Jasmine continued, taking his hand, that if you wanted to apply, I have it on good authority that the mission director would be very interested. The prospect was dizzying. To return to space, to have purpose again, using the very skills that had once torn him from his time, felt like a gift he hadn't dared hope for. What about your research here? What about... He hesitated. What about my family? Jasmine squeezed his hand. My research can continue there. Better, in fact, with access to completely new environments. As for your family... She looked at him with understanding. That's a decision only you can make. But Louis, they've built lives that will continue with or without your daily presence. The question is, what life are you going to build? As Louis considered her words, he gazed out at the Seattle skyline, at once familiar in its geography and utterly transformed in its details. In that moment he realized something profound. He'd been given not just a second chance at life, but at love, at purpose, at future. Whatever he decided about Europa, he would no longer be merely a visitor from the past. He would be a participant in the present, with all its complications and possibilities. Jasmine watched the shift in his expression, recognizing the moment when something fundamental changed. She leaned forward to kiss him, not caring who might see. Welcome to tomorrow, Captain Doyle, she whispered against his lips. And for the first time since returning to an Earth that had moved on without him, Louis truly felt he had come home. 3 months later, Louis stood in Sophia's garden, watching as the afternoon sunlight filtered through the genetically modified cherry trees that bloomed year-round. At 79, Sophia had begun to show signs of slowing down. The life extension treatments could only do so much, but her mind remained sharp as ever. So you've made your decision, she said, more statement than question. Louis nodded, taking a seat on the bench beside her hover chair. I have. The Europa mission leaves in 6 weeks, Jasmine, and I will both be going. Sophia smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Her skin felt paper-thin against his, the contrast between his artificially preserved youth and her natural aging more pronounced than ever. You know, when Thomas asked me to marry him, I almost said no, she confessed, her eyes distant with memory. I felt like I was betraying you, even though you'd been gone for 15 years by then. Oliver was so angry about it. He was still holding on to the hope you'd return. Louis squeezed her hand gently. I'm glad you said yes. You deserved happiness, Sophia. As do you, she replied firmly. I've watched you these past months, Louis. When you first returned, you were a ghost, present in body, but your spirit was still trapped in 2125. Now, she gestured to his face, now I see life in your eyes again. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments, the kind that can only exist between people who have shared a lifetime of love, even if that lifetime took very different forms for each of them. I wanted to ask you something, Louis said finally. Something important. Anything, dear. Louis took a deep breath. Your blessing. Not just your acceptance or your understanding, but your true blessing. For whatever future Jasmine and I might build together. Sophia's eyes filled with tears, but her smile was radiant. Oh, Louis, you've had that from the moment I saw how she looks at you and how you look at her. She reached up to touch his cheek. Our time together exists in a different world now, but it was real and precious. Nothing can diminish what we shared. But love isn't meant to be preserved like a museum piece. It's meant to grow, to to change, to find new expressions. Louis leaned forward to embrace her, careful of her fragility. "I will always love you, Sophia. Always." "I know," she whispered against his shoulder. "And I will always love the young man who promised to come home to me after his test flight. But we're both different. People now. You have centuries ahead of you, Louis. Live them fully." As they parted, Louis felt a weight lifting, the last lingering threads of guilt that had bound him to a past he could never reclaim. The weeks that followed were a whirlwind of preparation. The Europa mission required extensive training, even for someone with Louis's experience. The technology had advanced considerably, and while his intuitive understanding of spaceflight principles remained valuable, the practical applications had transformed. Jasmine threw herself into final research preparations, her excitement infectious as she described the study she hoped to conduct in Europa's unique environment. They spent long evenings discussing the possibilities, her scientific vision complementing his practical experience in ways that made them ideal mission partners. Oliver finally began to thaw, especially after Louis made it clear that his departure for Europa wasn't an abandonment but an opportunity for both of them to move forward. "I missed your childhood," Louis told his son during a rare moment alone. "I can never get that back, but I can be present for whatever time we have now, and when I return from Europa, I want to know the man you've become, not just the memory of the boy I left behind." Something in those words seemed to reach Oliver in a way nothing else had. "I've spent most of my life angry at you for leaving," he admitted, "even knowing it wasn't your choice. I think I need to finally let that go." Their reconciliation wasn't instantaneous or complete, but it was a beginning. Oliver even brought his children, Louis's grandchildren, to the farewell dinner Emma organised 2 weeks before the mission launch. The gathering was held at Emma's home, a beautiful structure nestled in the mountains outside the city. Nearly the entire extended family attended, creating a chaotic blend of generations that left Louis both overwhelmed and deeply moved. "To think," Emma mused, as they stood watching the family mingle, "all of this came from you and Mom, all these lives that wouldn't exist if not for you two." Louis felt a profound sense of wonder at her words. Whatever had been lost in his displacement through time, this legacy, these people, had been gained. Jasmine fit seamlessly into the gathering, her natural warmth and genuine interest in each family member earning her acceptance even from the initially sceptical. Louis watched with pride as she engaged Oliver's oldest grandson in a spirited debate about the ethics of genetic enhancement, a topic that would have been purely theoretical in Louis's original time. As the evening wound down, Louis found himself on the terrace with Malcolm, who had travelled from Tokyo for the occasion. In the months since their return they had kept in regular contact, but the demands of building new lives had limited their time together. "So," Malcolm said, leaning against the railing, "Europa. Never thought we'd get back out there, did you?" Louis shook his head. "After everything that happened with Astralis 5, I assumed my flying days were over." "Funny how things work out," Malcolm mused. "You know, I've been offered a position too, consulting on the Ganymede project. Different moon, same neighbourhood." Louis turned to his old friend in surprise. "You didn't mention this before." Malcolm shrugged, a smile playing at his lips. "Just finalised yesterday. Seems the Jupiter system is the place to be for time-displaced pilots." They laughed together, the sound carrying out over the valley below. For a moment, Louis could almost imagine they were back in flight training, young and certain of their invincibility, the future stretching endlessly before them. "Do you ever regret it?" Louis asked suddenly. "The test flight?" Malcolm considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. I missed watching my niece grow up. I missed my sister's middle age. I came back to find many of my friends gone." He paused, looking out at the stars appearing in the darkening sky. "But then I think, How many people get to see the future, really see it, not just imagine it? We've been given something extraordinary, Louis. Not just longevity, but perspective. Louis nodded, understanding exactly what his friend meant. To new horizons, then? Malcolm raised his glass. To new horizons. The night before the launch, Louis took Jasmine to watch the sunset from Kerry Park, a spot that had somehow survived the decades of urban transformation. The view of the city was dramatically different, with buildings that seemed to defy gravity and transport systems that wove through the air like luminous rivers, but the fundamental geography remained unchanged. "My father proposed to my mother here," Jasmine said as they looked out over the bay. "It's funny how some traditions persist, isn't it?" Louis glanced at her, catching the hint of something in her voice. Traditions? She turned to face him fully, reaching into her pocket to withdraw a small object that gleamed in the fading light. Not a ring, as might have been traditional in Louis's time, but a delicate bracelet crafted from a material he didn't recognize. "In my family, this is the bonding gift," she explained, her voice steady but her eyes revealing her nervousness. "It's designed to be worn by both partners. It splits into 2 complementary pieces." She demonstrated, separating the bracelet into 2 identical bands. "The material is quantum linked. No matter how far apart we are, they'll always respond to each other's presence." Louis stared at the bands, understanding the significance of what she was offering. "Jasmine, are you asking you to be my partner?" "Yes," she said simply. "Not necessarily in the traditional married sense. That feels too bound to old conventions for what we are to each other. But as my chosen one, the person I want beside me as we explore worlds neither of us has seen before." Louis felt his heart swell, with emotion. This woman, who had seen him not as a relic or a curiosity, but as a man worthy of a future, was offering him exactly that, a future unconstrained by the past. "I can think of no greater honour," he said, taking one of the bands and slipping it onto his wrist. It adjusted automatically to fit perfectly, glowing with a soft inner light. "No greater joy than discovering new worlds with you, both out there and within ourselves." As Jasmine placed the companion band on her own wrist, both bracelets pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing in a dance of quantum connection. She stepped into his embrace, and as they kissed beneath the stars, Louis felt the final piece of his new life click into place. The launch day dawned clear and bright. The spaceport, located on what had once been an island in the Puget Sound, hummed with activity as the Europa mission prepared for departure. The ship, the Galileo's Dream, stood gleaming on its launch pad, a marvel of engineering that made Australis 5 look primitive by comparison. Louis's family had gathered to see them off, even Oliver, who had arrived early to have a final moment alone with his father. "I brought something for you," Oliver said, handing Louis a small, weathered object. "Mum saved it all these years. After she married Thomas, she put it away, but she never got rid of it." Louis opened his palm to reveal his original wedding band, a simple gold ring that had been removed during the medical evaluations after Australis 5's return and never reclaimed. "I don't know if it means anything to you now," Oliver continued, "but I thought you should have it. Not to wear," he added quickly, glancing at the quantum bracelet on Louis's wrist, "but to remember." Louis closed his fingers around the ring, deeply moved by the gesture. "Thank you, son. It means everything to me." They embraced, and for the first time since his return, Louis felt like he was truly holding his son, not just the stranger who had grown from the boy he remembered. The final goodbyes were emotional but not devastating. There was a sense of rightness to this departure that had been absent from his unintentional one 52 years earlier. Promises were made to communicate regularly. The quantum entanglement networks allowed near real-time communication even across the vast distances of the solar system. As Louis and Jasmine boarded the Galileo's Dream, Sophia raised her hand in a final farewell. Their eyes met across the distance, and volumes were spoken in that silent exchange, acknowledgement of a love that had endured across time, even as it transformed into something new. In the cockpit, Louis took his position as lead pilot, the familiar sensation of pre-flight anticipation flooding his system. Beside him, Jasmine prepared her biological monitoring systems, her movements confident and precise. "Ready for another leap into the unknown, Captain Doyle?" she asked, a smile playing at her lips. Louis looked at her, this brilliant, compassionate woman who had helped him find purpose when all seemed lost, and then out at the stars that waited beyond Earth's atmosphere. The quantum bracelet on his wrist pulsed warmly, a reminder of the connection they shared. "With you," he replied, initiating the launch sequence. "Always." As the Galileo's Dream rose into the clear blue sky, Louis felt no fear, only anticipation. Whatever waited for them in the cold depths of space, or the mysterious oceans of Europa, they would face it together, two explorers bound not by the accidents of time, but by the deliberate choice to build a shared future. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. And for the first time since emerging from the temporal distortion of Bayer BH1, Louis looked forward to turning the page. The observation dome of Europa Station Alpha offered a panoramic view that never failed to take Louis's breath away. Above, Jupiter dominated the sky, its massive presence both beautiful and intimidating banded clouds swirling in perpetual motion. Below, Europa's icy surface stretched to the horizon, cracked and ridged like a giant puzzle waiting to be solved. 3 years had passed since their arrival. 3 years of discovery, challenge, and growth. The research station, buried beneath 20 meters of ice and extending into the subsurface ocean, had become home to 47 scientists, engineers, and support staff, all dedicated to understanding the moon's unique environment. Jasmine had thrived here. Her work on adapting human physiology to the high radiation, low gravity environment had led to breakthroughs that would benefit future missions throughout the solar system. The respect she commanded among her peers filled Louis with pride. "Thought I'd find you up here," came her voice from behind him, contemplating the infinite again. Louis smiled as she joined him at the viewport. "Just thinking about how far we've come. From Australis 5 to Europa," she mused, leaning against him. "Not the journey either of us expected. Not just that distance," he clarified. "The other kind too." She understood immediately, as she always did. The quantum bracelets they wore pulsed in synchronization, their connection as strong as it had been the day they exchanged them. "I got a message from Emma this morning," Louis continued. "Oliver's youngest granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, just graduated from university. Astrophysics, if you can believe it. She says I inspired her choice, though I've never even met her in person." Jasmine squeezed his hand. "The ripples we create extend far beyond what we can see." Louis nodded, remembering Sophia's last message before her passing 6 months earlier. She'd been 91, a remarkable age even with life extension treatments, and at peace with her extraordinary life. "She said she always knew I'd find my way back to the stars," Louis said softly. "Not just back to Earth, but back to where I truly belonged." The intercom chimed, interrupting their moment of reflection. "Captain Doyle, Dr. Patterson, your presence is requested in Subsurface Lab 3. Dr. Dorsey believes they've identified a new form of extremophil bacterium in today's samples." "Duty calls," Jasmine said with a smile. "Race you there?" As they made their way through the station's corridors, Louis marvelled at how seamlessly they had integrated into this community. Here, his unusual temporal displacement was just another interesting fact about him. not the defining characteristic that had overshadowed everything on Earth. The lab was buzzing with excitement when they arrived. Dr. Leon Dorsey, the expedition's chief biologist, looked up from her microscope with barely contained enthusiasm. "You're going to want to see this," she said, gesturing them over. "The new extremophile isn't just surviving in Europa's ocean, it's manipulating its environment in ways that suggest rudimentary intelligence." As Jasmine bent over the microscope, her face lighting up with scientific curiosity, Louis felt a surge of gratitude for the strange, twisted path that had brought him here. The black hole that had stolen his original future had, in its way, given him this one instead. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed in their shared quarters, Louis retrieved a small box from his desk drawer. Inside lay his original wedding ring from Sophia, the one Oliver had returned to him before the launch, alongside a worn photograph of his first family and a small vial of water. "What's that?" Jasmine asked, noticing the vial. "Malcolm brought it back from Earth on the last supply run," Louis explained. "It's from Puget Sound, near where Sophia's ashes were scattered. I thought tomorrow we might take the shuttle to the western ice plains. There's a crevasse there that leads directly to the subsurface ocean. I'd like to pour this into Europa's waters." Jasmine's eyes softened with understanding. "A way of connecting your past to your present." Louis nodded. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," she said, wrapping her arms around him. "It's one of the things I love most about you. Your ability to honour what was while still embracing what is." They stood together by the small viewport in their quarters, Jupiter's reflected light casting a gentle glow across the room. At 55, chronologically 87, Louis had noticed the first subtle signs of aging since arriving on Europa. The preserved youth gifted by the time dilation was finally giving way to the natural progression of life. Strangely, he welcomed these changes. They connected him to the normal flow of time, to the rhythm of existence that all living things shared. Jasmine, now 28, had committed to aging alongside him, declining the more aggressive longevity treatments that might have maintained her youth far beyond his lifespan. "Do you ever wonder what happened to them?" we asked suddenly. "The aliens who saved us from Bayer BH1? Jasmine considered the question. "Sometimes. The mathematical formulas they shared have revolutionized our understanding of space-time, but we've never encountered anything like their vessel again. I like to think they're still out there," Louis mused. "Maybe they make a habit of rescuing foolish explorers who venture too close to black holes. Perhaps we'll meet them again someday," Jasmine suggested. "Space is vast, but time is longer." "Time," Louis repeated with a soft laugh. "My old adversary and strange benefactor." They fell silent, content in each other's presence as Jupiter continued its stately progress across their window. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries, new challenges, new wonders. The day after might bring something entirely unexpected. Perhaps the decision to extend their mission, or to return to Earth to finally meet the great-granddaughter, following in Louis's footsteps. Whatever came next, Louis knew with bone-deep certainty that he would face it without regret. The universe had given him not one life, but two, each with its own joys and sorrows, its own unique forms of love. As if reading his thoughts, Jasmine turned in his arms to face him, her eyes reflecting the light of a world neither of them could have imagined in their separate pasts. "To borrowed time," she said softly, echoing the toast they had shared on their first anniversary. Louis smiled, his heart full, and to making every moment count. Outside their window, Europa continued its eternal dance around Jupiter, carrying them forward into a future limited only by their courage to embrace it. And in that moment, Louis understood the final lesson of his extraordinary journey through time, that love, in all its forms, was the one force capable of transcending even its relentless passage. For love, unlike time, knew no horizons it could not cross, The end. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat and the heavy, narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion." He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirt soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I am terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. "Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves. It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle." He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small, sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There's nothing left here but the dying. I will not let thee go into the dark thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology, was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded, this one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the Mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed and had returned with twice the vigor. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy, a simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow.